up, everybody? Good morning and happy Halloween. Happy Friday, everybody. DK Show coming to you from the TDS Sports Talk studios this morning. A big thanks for making us a part of your starts. If you're listening on the radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM. Also available online to stream up at sportstalk1051.com. You got your Alexa devices. YouTube stream also up and rolling. Download the app, take it on the go. Multiple different ways for you to be joining in on the fun here this morning. What do we have on our game plan for this Halloween Friday? We got keys to victory for the Green and Golds. Taking on the Panthers, just a couple days away. Sunday at noon game. What are your keys to victory for the Pack? What are your key matchups? Who are your players that, or player, let's do one from the offense and one from the defensive side. Who is that player that's got to have a game for the Pack? For the Pack to win this thing. Who is your one offensive and one defense? Keep it to one from each side of the ball that has got to have a game. All right. And what are your keys to victory and key matchups in this thing, too? So hit us up on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line. You can send me your predictions as well. Hit us up with a quick text on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line, 715-830-1912. Or you can also chime in on the YouTube stream that is up and rolling. Bucks, no Giannis. No problem. Apparently last night, Bucks taking down the Golden State Warriors without Giannis. Giannis not playing, even though he was listed as probable. And Doc Rivers even said before the game that he thought he was going to play. But the Bucks sitting Giannis with left knee soreness. But 8 players for the Bucks getting in double-figure scoring, led by Ryan Rollins. Ryan Rollins again stepping up, 32 points, career high for Ryan Rollins, 8 dimes as well, 8 assists for him. But you had Kuzma getting into the starting lineup. He had 10, Miles Turner 17, Gary Trent Jr. 13, A.J. Green 10. You had Prince coming off the bench with 10, Bobby Portis with 12, and Cole Anthony also coming off the bench, contributing 16 points. A complete and total team effort. The only player that got in the game last night that didn't score there's 2 that didn't score in double-figure scoring was Coffey and Gary Harris. That was it, because they kind of came in towards the end, well, especially Harrison had only 4 minutes to play. So, but a complete team effort, a complete team win for the Bucks with no Giannis. They rose to the challenge and took down the Golden State Warriors. Ryan Rollins, man. This is the name outside of Giannis. This is the name to be talking about right now for this Bucks team. A week and a half into their season. I mean, this dude, now he's averaging 18.6 points per game, 5 assists. He's shooting 52.4% from the field. Where did he come from? Man alive. Double-figure scoring in every game besides the opener when he came off the bench. Had 9 in that contest. Whew. Dude is balling right now. Career night for him last night. So Bucks improved to 4-1 on the season. They'll be back at it tomorrow taking on the Kings. So good start. Really good start for this Bucks team. Back-to-back solid wins, too. Man. We'll talk some hoops. We'll talk some Bucks here this morning. So we got that. What else are we going to – we got Game 6 of the World Series. Are the Blue Jays going to get it done tonight? Are they going to get it done? What are your picks? What are your predictions on this thing? Huh? I think they're going to get 95% of you who voted in our post-glass and mirror 715 Speaks poll question. You think the Blue Jays are going to get it done, whether it's either today or tomorrow. But they got 2 chances. Dodgers actually kind of have 2 as well, but you know what I mean. So Blue Jays leading this series 3-2, going back to Toronto and they've got a shot to win the World Series tonight. So we'll throw some baseball talk into this. We had last night the Ravens taking down the Dolphins to kick off Week 9 of the NFL season. We'll catch up with Dr. Crow for a little inside the training room. We'll chat with him and get his thoughts on the various different injuries in the world of sports right now. I'm going to throw in a little Marshawn Lloyd, chat with him with that hamstring injury and such, and maybe talk a little Jaden Reed with him too. So we'll catch up with Dr. Crow just under an hour from now for our Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine inside the training room. After that, we'll catch up with Brandon Berg. We've got some Carpet City Flooring Center local sports roundup to catch up on. Volleyball action. We'll know this weekend who's going to be going to states. We've got another round of high school football playoffs to chat about. Cross country. I mean, we'll break it all down with Mr. Berg from the Chippewa Herald here for our local sports roundup, brought to you by our good friends at Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire. We got our AJM Automotive Pump the Brakes, Full Throttle. We'll hit that up probably in the 8 o'clock hour, a little cream of the crop if you want to play along and let us know who your cream of the crops are. Again, you can hit us up with that text or commenting on the video streams. So, got a fully loaded game plan for us this morning. Let's dive into it, shall we? We'll lead things off here. We got Bucks chat. Got to talk about that awesome win last night, but we also, even though it's Halloween, it's a football Friday. It's a TGIFF. Thank gosh it's a football Friday. Taking a look at this Packers-Panthers game. Today's going to be an interesting day when it comes to the injury report because yesterday the Packers did add a starter on the injury report. At DNP, it did not play or participate, and that was Quay Walker. Reporters over there said that he was off on the he was in pads, but he didn't appear to be doing any drills, standing on the sideline. And as the injury report came out, he was listed as did not participate with a calf injury. So got that to maybe kind of keep an eye on for this weekend. We'll get a game designation later on today, and hopefully maybe he'll be able to go back on the field and do something. But not great news there. I feel like we're jinxing some of these guys after we kind of give them some praise and talk about them a little bit. I feel like we're jinxing them just a bit. So, but something to definitely watch here. Coordinators also talked to the media yesterday. We'll go through some of the comments. What did Jeff Hafley have to say about Nate Hobbs and his benching? Spoiler alert, Hafley says Hobbs isn't benched, but I mean, come on, look at the game against the Steelers, right? I mean, kind of is. So, but what are your keys to victory? What are your key matchups? Give me some bold predictions. I'm feeling good with some bold predictions here too, and your game predictions for this contest. Okay, hit me up with those. I want to get a lot of you chiming in here this morning, and Bucks fans, your thoughts on Ryan Rollins. Ryan Rollins. I keep wanting to say Ryan Reynolds. So if I ever say Ryan Reynolds, I apologize. Ryan Rollins. Dude is balling right now. Where did he come from? You're probably thinking, who? Where is he from? But, man, guy has been a big-time contributor to begin this season. So lots to get to for our leadoff for our first hour. Let's jump right into it. We got to take our first break, and then rocking and a rolling here on this Halloween. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. All right, if you're looking for a Halloween party to head on over to tonight's, simple. Go to VFW Post 305 1300 Star Avenue. They got a Halloween costume party going on starting at 8 p.m. tonight. Come dressed in your best, most creative, and wild costume. They'll have judges there to decide who the winners are. Prizes awarded for best individual costume, best duo costume, best group costume, food and drink specials all evening long. So if you're looking for somewhere to hang out for a little Halloween action, maybe show off your costume that you got picked out, look no further than the VFW Post 305, located Star Avenue, 1300 Star Avenue in Eau Claire. All right. Let's rock it in a roll here this morning, shall we? I got to bring this up here. Got to get all my windows open here on this computer device here. So, going to talk some Bucks with that big win. I'm calling it a big win without Giannis and taking down the Warriors last night. Yeah, that's a big one. Aaron, bold prediction. I get my Halloween buck this morning. I'm going this evening, so I'm fingers crossed there too. Aaron, I'm going this afternoon, this evening. So fingers crossed, maybe. So that'd be. Did you get one on Halloween one time for Bo Buck? I remember remembering that correct from a few years ago. If you're still listening, not sure. All right, let's open it up though. Little football talk here this morning. Previewing Packers, Panthers coming at you Sunday noon. Thank you for a noon game on Sunday. Also, don't forget Sunday clocks. Got to change them. So get a little fallback, get a little extra sleep. That depends on if you have kids or not. So, but nonetheless, at least we get a noon game on Sunday there. So let's preview this thing. Okay, Panthers. Maybe we don't know a whole lot about them. You look at, they're 4. I will say 4-4. Not bad. I mean, last week they didn't have Bryce Young. Going to be playing this week, it looks like. So let's just kind of break it down here. Offensively, Carolina Panthers, bottom third in terms of offensive yards per game, 316.4. Let's put that in comparison. They're about where Baltimore's at. Baltimore's 318.5, Arizona's 310. Actually, the Philadelphia Eagles offensively, too, 304.4. Okay? Whereas we know for the Pack, they're top 10 offensive team. 359 yards per game. Green Bay is a top 10 passing offense in the NFL, averaging 245 yards per game. Whereas Carolina, they are the 4th worst passing team in terms of yards per game in the National Football League, 179.5. The only teams that are worse, Cleveland, Tennessee, and the Jets. In terms of rushing yards per game, though, this is where Carolina excels. 136.9 yards per game. That is 5th best in the National Football League. Green Bay, they're about middle of the pack, 114.1. But it's all about scoring, right? Got to score to win. Green Bay, 5th best in terms of points per game. 27.6. Colts, Cowboys, Lions, Bills, the only teams ahead of them. Whereas the Carolina Panthers on this list, they're about, where the heck is Carolina on this? Okay, bottom 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 worst. 19.3 points per game. So they rack up the rushing yards. Struggle to throw, or at least they don't average a lot of passing yards. They don't average a lot of yards through the air and not getting under 20 points per game. So how about defensively? All right, Green Bay defensively, 2, 4, 6th best in terms of yards given up per game, 289.4. Carolina, though, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They're 11th best, so 310 yards per game given up. Let's break it down a little bit further. Passing, rushing. Where do these teams excel? Carolina, actually excels in stopping the pass, giving up only 198.4 yards per game. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So about 11th best in the league. Green Bay, few slots behind them. They're giving up 210.6 yards through the air. In terms of rushing defense, Green Bay, third best, 78.9 yards per game. Where Carolina, if you're looking at it, they're about middle of the pack. 111.6 given up on the ground. In terms of points per game given up, Green Bay, top 10, just maybe outside top 10, 21.4 points per game. Whereas the Carolina Panthers, bottom third, 24 points per game. So that's kind of where both these teams are at in terms of rankings, stats, averages across the rest of the National Football League. So if we get to key matchups and keys to victory, what's one that stands out? Well, Carolina runs the ball really well, Dan, and Packers stop the run really well. So that's got to be a key to victory, right? Yeah. You look at it. Carolina, as we said, fifth best in the National Football League at running the football. Green Bay, third best at stopping the run. And when you look at it, in terms of rushing, it's Rico, 605 yards on the ground for Carolina, leading the Panthers. He's got the seventh most rushing yards in the National Football League. Seventh most. He is averaging 5.7 yards per game. Not bad. It starts with him. He's averaging about 75.6 yards per game. So, and then you got mixed in with a little Chubba Hubbard in there too. So, but it's Rico. It's Rico Dowdle that's leading the Panthers in rushing. And that is definitely a key to victory for this Packers game. The defensive line, the Colby Woodens, the Devontae Wyatts, the Edgerrin Coopers, the Isaiah McDuffies. Hopefully Quay Walker is able to go in this game. Not letting Rico have success running the football. If Carolina is going to be able to run the football and have success running the football, they're going to be able to control the clock, control time of possession. You have to stop the run. Have to. You have to slow that down. And I would say, too, another key to victory for Green Bay / key matchup, even though they're not tops or one of the best in terms of passing, they really need to key on the rookie Tet McMillan, because he's having a solid season right now. He's got 512 receiving yards, 13th best in the league. But this is a guy who is easily, right now as a rookie, you look at it, their top guy. I mean, looking at Buffalo, he had 10 targets in that game. I know Andy Dalton was the guy. But this is a guy that they're going to want to try to get the ball to in the passing game. So if Green Bay is able to slow down the run and take out Rico or limit him, and Carolina's going to struggle, and they got to go to their passing game, these corners, Keyshawn, Carrington, Hobbs, whoever is in the secondary, key in on the rookie McMillan. We know about this guy. This was a guy when we were going through the draft process that was a potential Packers guy. There was reports, and if you ask Packers fans and mock drafts, this was a guy that's like, oh, I would love McMillan. And he's a big dude, 6'5", okay? 6'5", over 210. Very talented receiver out of Arizona. So if I'm that Packers secondary, I'm that Packers pass defense, that's my main target that I'm looking to try to slow down It's him. So I'm looking at slowing down Rico in the running game, slowing down Tet McMillan in the passing game. Don't let Rico have success running that football to where then you're going to be able to incorporate a little play action. I know Bryce Young, he's coming back from an ankle injury. You do have to be concerned about his, if he's good to go, maybe he'll be a little bit slow with that ankle injury. But what about him using his feet? How mobile is he going to be? We're not going to know that right away unless, Green Bay gets pressure on him and, he starts taking off and such. But right now this year, when you look at it, Bryce Young has carried the ball 18 times for 69 yards. So it'll be interesting to see how mobile he is going to be coming off that ankle injury. But even let's assume that he's going to be good to go, and he's going to be comfortable scrambling, running, and such. Contain him in that pocket. This is what makes Micah Parsons yesterday getting named October NFC Defensive Player of the Month. Years past, we talk about a contained rush and such, and keeping those mobile quarterbacks in. This is what makes, again, Micah Parsons such a awesome, unique weapon defensive player, is because of that speed that he literally looks like he can run down anybody back there. So to be able to have him is such a huge bonus because of his athletic skills and his speed to get after mobile or speedy quarterbacks and such. Again, I'm not sure how much Bryce Young is going to be, how mobile. Is he 100% with that ankle? Not quite sure. We won't know, but something to keep in mind too. And that, I would say that also, we would talk about key players and key matchups. I'd throw Edgerrin Cooper into that equation as well. Edgerrin Cooper, especially if there is no Quay Walker in this game dealing with a calf injury, Edgerrin Cooper, a lot's going to be on him to slow down the run game with Rico, also with Bryce Young. Cooper, he got speed too. We know about his sideline to sideline, his reaction time, hitting the hole and such. That's definitely a player, a key player, and he'll be a lot more key, a lot more on the shoulders if Quay is not able to go in this game. Packers offensively. So, we went through the rankings, the numbers and such. Carolina. If you look at Carolina's defense, what do they do well? Well, they stop the run, or stop the pass. They only give up just under 200 yards per game. Rushing defense, middle of the pack of 111.6. You just need a balanced attack from this Packers offense going up against Carolina. You need to be able to, big part is trying to establish that run, trying to get that running game going. So you can get that play action game going that Green Bay relies on so much. It is a different offense when they can get that play action game going. If you can get maybe that safety creeping into the box a little bit because you're having success running the football with Josh Jacobs, then you incorporate that play action just to get that little bit of a bite from that safety or linebacker. Bada bing, bada boom, over the top. I want to see a balanced attack from this Packers offense. Having success running the football will lead to having success in the play action passing game. Stretching the field. Watson, Kraft, et cetera, et cetera. That's what I want to see from this Packers offense. And when you look at it from, a defensive standpoint from Carolina, they got 13 total sacks this year. A'Shawn Robinson has got 2.5. to lead the team. When you look at interceptions, they've got 6 so far this year. 3 of them coming from J.C. Horn. So wherever he's going to be lined up, if it's Romeo, if it's going to be Christian, Golden, wherever, you have to be aware of where J.C. Horn is lined up, who he's covered. Number 8. Because of the 3 interceptions he already has so far this season. That's the guy you have to be aware of. But from an offensive standpoint, again, it starts with the running game. It starts with Josh Jacobs, Emmanuel Wilson. Get that little bit of a spark. Control the tempo, control the flow, control the time of possession, and come away with some. I mean, you look at some of these games too. Carolina's coming off of a blowout loss against the Buffalo Bills. Again, Andy Dalton was in that game. Games before that, the Jets, they defeated the Jets 13-6. They beat the Cowboys 30-27. They beat Miami 27-24. They lost to New England 42-13. Green Bay can put up points against this team. Okay? I mean, I'm looking at these results and I'm looking at these numbers. Green Bay's offense should be able to put up points against this team. Is this a game? And I know we've talked about different games and such against like Cincinnati or throwing Cleveland or Arizona. Is this a game where you just want to see Green Bay shut the door early? Like, is it important for you, or do you believe it's important for the Packers to just have one of those blowout games where it's like, yeah, this thing's done? You know, like what Buffalo did to them last week. Or like what New England did to them end of September. Is that like one of the last things that you want to see from this Packers team, is just like a blowout victory against a team? Or does that not matter too much to you? Because I feel like for some, there is. I mean, after the Cincinnati win, after the Arizona win, after the Cleveland loss, I would say there was a good chunk of fans out there that's like, we want to see a Green Bay team just go and dominate them. Just pure domination from quarter 1 through quarter 4. They could do that against Carolina. But is that more for just making yourself feel better, or do you feel like Green Bay needs that, though, too, for some of their confidence and such? What are your thoughts? We got to take a quick break. We'll continue our Green and Gold chat. Who are the players that got to have a game? One from the offense, one from the defense. We'll be back after these few words. It's that time of year again. The November deer hunt is right around the corner. And before you head out to the woods, make sure you're ready with a stop at Tilden Gun. Whether you're looking for a new rifle, shotgun, ammo, scopes, Tilden Gun has the best selection around and the best prices to match. Seriously, if you're hunting for deals, this is where the trail ends. The crew at Tilden Gun knows their stuff too. They're hunters. They're outdoorsmen. They'll help you find exactly what you need to make this deer season one to remember. And hey, while you're there, maybe start thinking about the holidays. Because let's be honest, the best gift you can give any outdoorsman is something new from Tilden Gun. So before you head to the woods or the gift list, head to Tilden Gun. Great gear, great prices, great people. Tilden Gun, where every hunter's season starts. Give them a visit today at 12427 98th Avenue in Chippewa Falls and check out their website, tildengun.com. Best of luck and be safe in the great outdoors.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
When I was a kid, we used to always say there's nothing to do. And half the time we were right. There was one place to go, one place to watch a show, maybe one band that came into town. Well, that's not the case anymore. Certainly not in the 715. So when you're looking for events and wondering what to do, or maybe you're hosting your own event and you're trying to get the word out to people, it's tricky. Well, that's where AroundThe715.com comes in. You've got something fun for people to do? Submit your event. You can submit it all on your own and get the word out. That's AroundThe715.com or the Around the 715 app.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-498-6548. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-498-6548. That's 800-498-6548. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Broadcasting live from the TDS Sports Talk 105.1 studios, it's the Dan Kasper Show.
Whether you got your deer this season or you're still hoping to get it, if you're not sure where to take it to get it processed afterwards, make it simple on yourself. Bring it to Mike's Star Market in Eau Claire and let the pros take care of the rest. They'll turn your deer into sausage, steaks, roasts, jerky, and more. All ready to enjoy or maybe store in the freezer for a little bit later on. Their experienced team makes it easy, fast, and delicious so that you can focus on the hunting, not the processing. Make this season even better. Stop by Mike's Star Market today and get your deer made into exactly what you need. All right, let's do our players who got to have a game. One from the offense, one from the defense. Who are the players that got to have a game? Offensively, I'm going to go with Josh Jacobs. I know, we can pick the running game and a running back almost every single week here, but I really want to see Green Bay have success running the football on a consistent basis to where it opens up that play action game and says, I think if Green Bay has early success in running the football, we are going to see that quote unquote 4 quarters of straight domination of football. I think if they can have that early success of establishing the run and Josh Jacobs gets going right away, you're going to see that passing game maybe become a little bit more open in that first half and such. But I'm going to go Josh Jacobs for a guy who's got to have a game to kind of set the tone early for the offense. Defensively, you can go linebacker, you can go defensive lineman here. You know, if you pick Devontae Wyatt, I totally agree with you. If you pick Edgerrin Cooper, I would totally agree with you. If you pick Micah Parsons, absolutely, I would agree with you. This one, it's hard to just pick one. I'm gonna go with a little bit of a wild card here. I'm gonna go Colby Wooden because I do think a big key for Green Bay to win this game is going to be stopping Rico, stopping the running attack. So it's the front seven. It could be, you could throw in Stackhouse, if they decide to throw him out there on the early downs to stop the run. And I would agree with you 100%. So with all those being right, I'll give a little love and I'll give a little bit of attention and a shout out to Kobe Wooden. I think that's a guy who's got to have a game to help stop the run. But again, it could be Isaiah McDuffie. It could be anybody in that front seven. Heck, if you want to pick somebody in the secondary, so you're like, hey, we can't let McMillan go off, I would 100% agree with you as well. So if it's a Carrington Valentine, if it's a Keyshawn Nixon, any one of those guys, you would be exactly right. But if I'm narrowing it down to just one apiece, those are my guys. Josh Jacobs, in getting that running game going, establishing the running game, having success early on, because I think that's going to really make things kick it into gear a little bit quicker for the offense. If you've had, questions or frustrations that the offense a little lackluster in the first half, I think if they get that running game going and get it going early and establishing it, that'll help answer a lot of those questions, ease some of those concerns, if you will. Controlling the tempo, controlling the time of possession, that clock. And on the flip side, I'm going to go a little Kobe Wooden and helping kind of clog up that front, that running attack. But, man, I could say Edrin Cooper, McDuffie, anybody within that front seven. Anybody. Those are my players who got to have a game. Who are your players that got to have a game? Let me know. Hit me up with the text on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line, 715-830-1912. Or you can hit us up on the video streams. So some of the coordinators chatted with the Packers yesterday for a little media session. Jeff Halfley talking about Nate Hobbs and Carrington Valentine. He said, quote about Carrington Valentine, I thought he played one of his best games since he's been here. On Nate Hobbs, he said Hobbs isn't benched and they have not lost confidence in him. I think actions speak louder than words. No offense to, I'm not trying to call out Halfley or anything like that. And a little bit on it too, or a little bit more with that, he said everyone wants to point the finger at Nate Hobbs. Nate Hobbs isn't benched. He said this isn't the last we'll see of Hobbs, and he's responded well in practice this week. But actions speak louder than words. Okay, Hobbs was benched last week. Okay, let's not bury the headline here. Let's not try to pull the sheet over our eyes. The dude only played 4 snaps after getting the majority of snaps the week prior. He got benched. Okay? Let's call it what it is. And I'm sure they don't have, or they haven't lost confidence in Hobbs. But let's also be real here. Some of it has to deal with the contract he signed. He was a free agent pickup. They invested $48 million. 4 years, $48 million into this player. They want it to work. They want it to be successful. Okay? And you look at the depth, they need it to work. They need it to be successful. Kind of going back to what we were chatting a little bit about yesterday, it will be interesting to see how do they get him in the game. If they haven't lost confidence in him, how do you incorporate him back into the game, not counting injuries? Because I don't know how you sit Carrington Valentine after the performance he had last week. If you got your defensive coordinator and your head coach both saying that was probably his best game or one of his best games since being there. Okay, so you're just going to insert Hobbs then after he had a good week of practice? You can't do that. So I don't know how this rotation is going to work. I don't know how they're going to get him back in there. I think you just got to roll with the hot hands right now. This is my opinion. but he did get benched. Okay, he got benched. Let's not kid ourselves. Let's not try to. I understand why he's saying that, trying to maybe keep up the, doesn't want to call out a player or throw that out there in the media and such. I'm sure it's a fine line, it's a delicate line, because they need. The thing is, they need Nate Hobbs to improve his play. They need him to be better. There isn't somebody that's coming back from an injury that's a starter or anything like that. They need Nate Hobbs to be better. So, no, you're probably not going to have a coordinator or a coach go out there and say, a lot of negative stuff and just kind of maybe take a hit to his confidence level or such. And to answer your question, Brandon G, Jair, healthy scratch from last night's game. Inactive. He's played 2 games this year. 1 in September and 1 in October. Healthy inactive. If he is released, I don't think Green Bay picks him up. I think that ship's kind of sailed at this point. I don't know if Jair would want to go back. I guess never say never. But it kind of feels like it wasn't the greatest on terms. I think, was it his dad that went on social media after Jair signed with Baltimore and kind of said, Green Bay didn't do this, didn't do that, blah, 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 et cetera. So, again, never say never. But I wouldn't count on it. Now, I mean, if there's an injury where they're desperate and such, maybe they could kick the tires. There's something else going on, I feel like, with this Jair situation. And I don't know. I don't think they'd go down that path again, to be honest with you. All right, let's take our final break as we wrap up the first hour here. Continue to hit me up with your texts, your thoughts. We'll get back to some more of those coming up after these quick words.
Got a take on today's topic, but can't call in? Then hit us up on Facebook, Twitter, or the text line and let your fingers do the talking.
Remember when they used to ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? At Bank of America, we ask every day, what would you like the power to do? When you work here, you help build businesses, inspire communities, and forge legacies. And now we've raised our U.S. minimum wage to $25 an hour. So the opportunity to do more also comes with competitive pay. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/25. Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Fall is here and winter's right around the corner. Is your footwear ready? At Shoe Doctor, they've got you covered from the crisp fall days to the snow-filled months ahead. Whether you need waterproof boots, warm winter shoes, or stylish options for the season, their experts will find the perfect fit for you. They carry the best brands with comfort and durability guaranteed. Visit Shoe Doctor on East Claremont Avenue in Eau Claire or online at shoedoctoreauclaire.com. Shoe Doctor, where your feet always leave happy no matter the season. Shoe Doctor, fitting you for life.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
AI. Most of the time it promises magic. But with WebSticks AI, we deliver results. With WebSticks AI, your website generates in seconds. You don't like it? Make an edit, regenerate it, or call us and we'll finish it for you. faster sites, smarter design, results that are consistent and efficient. Give it a try right now at websticks.com.
Stunning sights, more clicks, web design from Websticks.
In today's business environment, you need internet that's as strong as your ambitions. TDS Fiber Internet is designed to meet the highest demand, offering blazing fast symmetrical speeds and rock-solid 99.9% network reliability. Fortify your business with internet that delivers unmatched strength and durability. Upgrade to industrial-strength TDS Fiber Internet. Built to endure, built for your business. Visit tdsbusiness.com. Internet speeds are up to and not guaranteed, subject to availability. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
Do you know of anyone who needs some help chasing their dreams and passions? Backyard Dreams wants to help. Email us at info@sportstalk1051.com so we can help.
Living a dream. Jeff says he wants to see our backups playing by the fourth quarter with a blowout win. Go Paco. Has Carolina played any real contenders yet? Haven't paid attention to them. I mean, they lost the Jaguars, open up the season. They lost to the Cardinals. Their best win is easily shutting out the Falcons back in September, a 30-0 victory over the Falcons. Then they lose to the Patriots the following week, pick up wins against the Dolphins, the Cowboys, beat the Jets, and then get dominated by the Bills. So, I mean, that's who they've played right now. The Falcons are just kind of a weird team. Like, they give you their games where it's like, okay, they're looking good. They look like a contender, maybe a sneaky playoff team, and then they just lose some weird, random type of games. So, I don't know how to gauge the Falcons. I really don't. So, and I'm sure, reading that or looking at those results in those games, it probably feeds the fire a little bit from Packers fans that want to see a blowout victory for Green Bay going up against Carolina. I'm sure that's going to be the case. It's like, whoa, Buffalo dominated them. The New England dominated them. Green Bay should be able to dominate them. I get it. I understand it. Give me some bold predictions as well. Eli coming in. Josh Jacobs, 150 all-purpose yards and 2 tuds and a combined 5 sacks for the defense. I love it, Eli. I love it. I already kind of made one of mine earlier in the week. I think Matthew Golden gets his first touchdown this weekend. That's my bold prediction. I think Golden's going to get a golden opportunity to get that touchdown. That's my bold prediction. We've got Zach hitting us up on the YouTube stream. Yeah, man. Good morning, Dan. How about Ryan Rollins last night? What a game. No Giannis, no problem. You ain't kidding yourself. Ryan Rollins. I definitely want to talk more Bucks and hit up about Ryan Rollins coming up a little bit later on. But, boy, this guy. Again, there was talk about him leading up into the season, like, hey, there was people saying, hey, watch for Ryan Rollins. He might get some more playing time than what people think, and he's done that, and boy, has he taken advantage of it. Holy moly. But that's got to be a game last night, too. And I know we've been talking a lot about load management because of what Jordan had to say and such, and I'm sure people are thinking about that with Giannis last night. I mean, he was listed as probable. He had Doc Rivers before the game. He gave the impression that he thought Giannis was going to play, and then all of a sudden Giannis isn't playing with left knee soreness. So I'm sure with the whole load management thing, there's a lot of Bucks fans or people thinking, hey, no, Jordan would have played, and Jordan probably would have played. And maybe this is me just trying to be positive about this thing, but I think that's got to be a nice confidence boost for this team to say, hey, we went up against a Warriors team that was 4-1. We don't have our best player who's off to an awesome, fast start this season. and we got the win. That was a complete team effort, team W last night with 8 players. 8 players in double-figure scoring, led by Ryan Rollins. If you're a fan, you have got to love seeing that. If you're the Bucks, you really got to love seeing that because it's not going to happen every time. If Giannis misses a game, it's, the result like that, you're probably not going to get 8 players in double-figure scoring every single time. But maybe it just gives you a little bit of a confidence boost. Like, okay, if Giannis does miss some time, we're spreading the ball out. We're getting everybody involved. Everybody has shown that they can at least step up, rise up, and help contribute to a win. Yeah, Ryan Rollins last night, dude was balling, man. Balling. And people are probably like, where the heck did he come from? Where is he from? I mean, he was a second-round pick back in 2022 by the Golden State Warriors. He was actually selected by the Atlanta Hawks with the 44th overall pick, then later traded to the Golden State Warriors for Tyrese Martin in cash considerations. Then he spent some time with the Santa Cruz Warriors, Washington Wizards. He was traded along with Patrick Baldwin and Jordan Poole to the Wizards in exchange for Chris Paul. Then he was waived. Did a little bit with the Capital City Go-Go. Bucks, 2024, he signed a two-way contract with the Bucks. Then they converted his two-way contract into a standard NBA contract in March of earlier this year. And then July, they signed him to a 3-year, $12 million deal. Right now, that's looking like a pretty darn good investment. Jeremy says, prediction, Packers force 2 or more turnovers and win by 20 or more points. Loving the bold predictions. Keep them coming. All right, shot clock's going to cut me off right now. We'll do a little inside the training room with Dr. Crow, and then our buddy Brandon Berg will be joining us after that. So we got some news updates. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back in just a couple minutes. right, second hour, kick it off right now on this Halloween morning. A very happy Halloween and a happy Friday to all of you. Appreciate you making us a part of your start here this morning, whether you're listening on the radio dials or online or wherever you may be at in this crazy world of ours. Coming up, we're going to do some local sports roundup with Mr. Brandon Berg, Chip Harold. We've got another week of high school football playoffs. We've got volleyball results. We'll know this weekend who's going to be going to state for volleyball. So we'll hit that all up. And plus, Blue Gold football is going to be in action. Opportunity for them to get back to 500, going up against Stevens Point this weekend, too. So we'll do all that for our Carpet City Flooring Center local sports roundup. World Series also, Game 6. Can the Toronto Blue Jays get it done tonight? We'll hit that up. We'll definitely get back to some more green and gold chat for our Football Friday. And, yes, some more Bucks chat, too, because of that an impressive win last night for the Milwaukee Bucks. We begin this hour, though, like we usually do, every Friday morning, catching up with our doc, Mr. Austin Crow, Dr. Austin Crow, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. Good morning, Austin. How are you doing? Happy Halloween.
Yeah, you too. Doing great.
What's the go-to candy in the Crow household when it comes to Halloween?
I mean, there's so many good ones. I'd say probably, M&Ms, Skittles. I think those are probably two of the top ones, I'd have to say. They're OG.
Yeah, definitely, man. Definitely. Well, best of luck. We got another round of playoffs, too, for you this evening. So ready for, week 2, right? Week 2?
That it is, yep, round 2. So we got another conference matchup here going against Fall Creek. So it'll be, we had a good game against them earlier this season. So, we're experienced against each other, and I think that can be both advantages and disadvantages in that. But I mean, they're gonna play tough. They're a good squad. They have a great running back. So I think we're gonna have to come out guns blazing if we want to pull out a win. So I mean, it's great to be at home. It's great to have some momentum on our side, but it's gonna have to be, as always in the playoffs, it's a win or go home, right? So you gotta bring it.
Yeah, absolutely. So. All right, let's start off with, I want to talk a little, your guy, Carson Wentz. So we found out some shoulder stuff that he was playing through in that. So can you give us an idea of just how painful and how hard that is to maybe play a couple games with the shoulder injury that he was going through these last couple weeks?
Yeah, so there's a non-throwing shoulder. If that was his throwing shoulder, he'd have been out immediately. So essentially what he had is a combination of an injury to the labrum and also the socket itself. So when we think about the shoulder, it's a ball and sockets type joint. The socket we call the glenoid. And so when the shoulder pops out of place, when it goes anteriorly to the front, which is where they normally dislocate, almost universally you do get tearing in the labrum, which is kind of a fibrocartilage gasket that runs around the actual socket and helps stabilize the joint. Well, when the ball comes out, sometimes it'll actually chip or break bone as well. Now, sometimes it's a real severe fracture, sometimes it's like a little rim, but either way, he had both. And so when you have a combination of labral tearing and it's called a bony Bankart, the shoulder tends to be very unstable. So I think every time you saw him wincing on the field, his shoulder was subluxing. It likely wasn't fully dislocating, but he was likely subluxing. I mean, he took some hits. I mean, he was out there playing, and I mean, you certainly got to give the guy all the credit in the world for putting his body on the line. So I think in that circumstance, you look at it and that it's impressive that he was able to get out there and keep playing, because I mean, you could see it. I mean, he was grimacing and he was in a lot of discomfort, and they really didn't disclose the injury. I mean, it was, at least to my knowledge, they didn't even say anything other than just like shoulder, right? They didn't talk about what it was, but then as soon as basically the game was over, he went in the IR, and I don't know if he already had surgery. He was about to have surgery for that labrum and again that bony Bankart injury. So success rate, especially in a non-throwing shoulder, he should be back. Obviously, the question really becomes what's his future in the NFL. I think I don't want to say it was another failed adventure, but it's certainly, he had his ups and downs, I guess we'll put it that way. So if I remember, he was a record 6 consecutive seasons with 6 different teams, or something to that effect, like first time ever done to start a game at the quarterback position. So a true journeyman in that sense of the term. So at the end of the day, to play through that, impressive. To see the discomfort he was having, that shoulder was not stable. So I think we wish him the best luck in recovery and kind of see where that leads for him.
Yeah. So 2 parts, a couple more for Carson Wentz I wanted to ask you. So we had heard that because some people were saying, why were the Vikings letting him play? And you heard that, well, he was told that, or reassured, couldn't do any worse with it. He couldn't hurt it any worse. Is that fairly accurate with that?
Yeah, within a certain degree. I mean, if the shoulder's not fully dislocating, it's just kind of subluxing, it's not likely to cause further damage. Now, if he popped out again, I'm sure that the kind of plan was if you come out, meaning full dislocation, you're done. Subluxations, although uncomfortable, generally aren't going to cause a lot more damage. Would I say there's a 0% chance? Absolutely not. There's for sure a chance that if your shoulder dislocates, you can cause further damage. So the one thing against is non-throwing shoulder. So the margin of error is certainly a lot bigger. And the throwing shoulder, again, if he had that injury, he'd have been shut down immediately. Like that play had happened, that'd be the last play of the season for him. So in the non-throwing shoulder, again, it gives him more leeway. So to say that there's no risk, not true. Low risk, I'd say, is probably fairly accurate. Again, with that plan of, and we have that with a lot of our players. I mean, I send both high school and collegiate kids out to the football field with a shoulder that's not fully stable. It's all about kind of the risk benefit. And if you say, look, your shoulders seems to be relatively stable, not that you're not having discomfort and pain, but it's staying in the joint, you can try play through that. And we get a lot of athletes that try play through it, but generally what I'll tell them is like, if it comes out again, we got to pull the plug. Because again, a dislocation, number one, it hurts. Number two, it can further damage the joint. So I'd say there's truth in that for sure, that it's not super dangerous, but there is always that potential.
So the other part too, Carson Wentz is so fascinating when you look at his career, because 2017, he probably would have been MVP, the way that he was,
absolutely,
the way he was playing, and then he tears his ACL. And then after that, it just kind of came tumbling down. Is there any, because I think a lot of people are wondering what the heck happened. Could something have affected with his knee injury? Is it more of a mental side aspect of it? Is there anything that injury wise that could have maybe derailed his career? Do you think?
I think I will say, ACLs are a surgery. We get athletes back to a high level frequently, but there is no surgery in the world, I don't care how small it is, that's 100% successful. So there are people that have ACL reconstructions that just never get back to the way they were before. Carson Wentz always extended plays with his legs. He still does. He did it with the Vikings this year. Maybe that changes game enough where he wasn't quite at that same level, and that just changes dynamic enough. But you're right. They were showing some clips. I can't remember if it was actually in game or maybe I was watching it on social media, but they're just showing some of his clips from when he was with the Eagles. And he was incredible. Yeah. He really was making plays. Some of the throws he made were just spectacular. A lot of them, if you really watch, were plays that he extended with his feet first and then kind of parlayed it into a throw. Really kind of like the Mahomes style, where it's like, it's the throw is great, but if you look at the context, it becomes even more impressive. Whereas now, it seems like he's having a hard time hitting receivers with his feet set. So maybe it did change his game. Maybe it exposed that he just couldn't, if he couldn't play with his legs in the same way, he just never was that pocket passer, that true elite pocket passer. Hard to say for sure. It's a guessing game, but anytime someone has a season-ending injury like that and people have to undergo major reconstructive surgery, there's always a chance that it physically, and what you alluded to as well, mental. There's a mental aspect where some people don't always fully recover mentally from an injury, and it's just always in the back of their head. They play with a little bit of trepidation. It just changes their style of play, and so it's always a hard part of the recovery process. And obviously taking care of athletes, I see this day in, day out, where there is that overlooked mental aspect. I deal with the physical, right? So I'm in there assessing joints and talking about that, but I try to talk to the families about that often, about like, look, understand that your son or daughter is going through a psychological injury as well. There's the element of the again, having a season taken away, and then kind of the recovery process, the mental draining part of that, having to put all that effort into rehab, and then the fear of it happening again. There's a real element to that. So I realized that was kind of a long-winded answer, but yeah, it could be a little bit all the above.
So going to Green Bay now, Marshawn Lloyd, he's a second-year running back. Last year, he missed time with a hamstring injury. And then this year, before the season started, another hamstring injury. We haven't seen him at all. And Matt LaFleur the other day, when he was asked this question about Marshawn Lloyd, he's like, yeah, I wouldn't expect to see him anytime soon. So a hamstring injury before the season started, don't expect him to see him anytime soon. I got to imagine that's a severe hamstring injury at this point. Are we talking maybe like tears, like off the bone? I'm speculating, throwing out ideas, but we're at the halfway mark and he hasn't played a single down yet this year. I got to imagine that's like a very extreme hamstring injury.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you're looking at an injury, re-injury, that's always more severe. If it was a tendon off the bone, he would have already likely had surgery. So I think that scenario is unlikely. But a really high grade muscle belly or muscle tendon junction, we call it muscular tendon junction injury, those can be pretty devastating as well. And the challenge is athletes come in and they're like, I have a serious injury. And you're like, yes, you do. And they're like, I need to get it fixed. And you're like, there's nothing we can do. I mean, you can stretch it, you can work it, it needs to heal. But the problem is that heals with scar. So now you have a soft, pliable muscle that has a wad of scar in it, and it just never heals the same. And so really severe muscle injuries are just sometimes bad actors. Now, a lot of people have had pulled hammies, pulled groins, pulled calf, whatever it may be, and get back. So yes, but there's as always, there's a spectrum of injuries, and real severe ones, they can be devastating. And then again, on top of it, you had a second injury that really often suggests that that's an injury that you need to let fully heal. And that's one injury that, and there's a lot of things that we want to kind of really take it slow in the recovery process, but those injuries you really want to go slow, especially in the setting of a re-injury, because if you keep adding fuel to that fire, number one, it delays the recovery, but number two, it adds more scar tissue to that spot, and it can just really create a long-term problem. So I think they're probably just gonna say, look, at this point, we're just gonna shut it down, and they probably in their minds set it whatever, 2 months, 3 months, like we're not even gonna try really push it until we get beyond that point. And he might even be getting serial MRIs where they're checking on it and looking to see the level of inflammation, how it's healing. But yeah, those can be, I mean, again, the interesting thing is there's such a common injury that a lot of weekend warriors, a lot of guys like you and I have had them too, where it's like, oh man, that's like, how's he not back yet? And so it's always important to understand that there's a level of severity that sometimes is just way beyond the normal, and you just have to treat those differently.
Jaden Reed, reporters were saying he was off to the side running and catching, and they couldn't record it because he's in a rehab group. But, I mean, this is a guy who had the foot surgery and then that shoulder surgery after week 2 where we saw, I think it was the clavicle, broken collarbone over there too. So that was the second week of the season where it's Halloween. Is that kind of a normal progression to kind of get back to maybe running and catching the football at this point in time?
Yes, to the clavicle, the Jones fracture, a little surprised because he was a Jones, wasn't he? If I remember, yeah. That's a little surprising to go that quickly, honestly, in a Jones, because that's what then. What are we probably
month and a half?
6 weeks, 6 weeks. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I would say so we've touched on Jones in the past. Just to circle back to those, it's a fracture in the fifth metatarsal. It's an area of bone that has very poor blood supply, and that's why it's so notorious, because it doesn't heal well. So it's not like it's a really nasty break. It's like, oh man, you shattered it's like a little simple little crack. And the problem is it just doesn't heal well. And because of that, we usually go really slow with them. So with or without surgery, we tend to go slow. But at 6 weeks, I guess I could see them saying, okay, we're at the 6 week mark. We're now going to let him start putting some weight on it. They may even be following it I'm certainly with x-rays, potentially even with CT scans. Maybe they're seeing some bony healing and saying, hey, it's ready to go. Now, I promise you, he's got a large stainless steel screw inside of that metatarsal. So it's supported. So maybe they're saying with that, and we're seeing some healing, we're letting him play. So I guess that's not that crazy. In my mind, I guess it was maybe a little bit less than 6 weeks, but 6 weeks I could see. So not that crazy. And clavicle for sure. That's usually when we're shooting to get people back starting to go.
Last question for you. This was actually a couple weeks ago, but I keep forgetting to ask you. So one of our very popular athletes we've talked about is Tiger Woods. So back a couple weeks ago, he had posted on his Twitter, after experiencing pain and a lack of mobility in my back, I consulted with doctors and surgeons to have tests taken. The scans determined that I had a collapsed disc in L4, L5, disc fragments in a compromised spinal canal. I opted to have my disc replaced yesterday, and I already know I made a good decision for my health and my back. He underwent lumbar disc replacement surgery in his L4-5 lumbar spine for lower back symptoms. That sounds like a lot, and we know Tiger's been through a lot in there, and and we've talked about it before. With you talk about the mental side of an athlete, that guy's like worlds different than everybody else. But I mean, is that still going to be incredibly hard? That sounds like a lot to try to come back from.
Yeah, I mean, so take it into context. He's already had back problems, as we know.
Yep.
He's already underwent one level of fusion. Um, so with that single fusion, I was obviously able to recover. The problem is, like all backs, when you fuse a level, you now put a lot of stress in the levels above and below it. Okay. And so with that extra stress, there's a high frequency of degeneration. We call it adjacent level disease. Case in point right here. So I don't know which level he had fused, but I can guarantee it was either one above or one below that. And so with that fusion, that level above sees extra stress. Then eventually, what's the culmination of that? You basically the disc starts to break down, it collapses, and as it collapses, often it extrudes some of that disc material into the spinal cord. Well, down there it's actually the cauda, but it pushes against it. Now it sounds dangerous. It's not dangerous in the sense of like he's going to get paralyzed, but it can cause symptoms in the low back, often down the leg, sciatica type symptoms, radiculopathy. So when you look at it, I mean, there's kind of a joke. Spinal surgery is the gift that keeps giving. You do one fusion, you eventually end up having to do more. It's just kind of the way it works. And so now often you don't have a choice, right? So for this, he had a fusion and you don't really have a choice. If you have symptoms again, you kind of have to do it. Now, in this case, instead of doing a fusion, they like to do a disc replacement. So that's where you basically go to each level of the vertebral body. You put it looks kind of like the bottom piece is like kind of like a little saucer, and the top part's got a little kind of a cup almost that fits into it. So it's a little bit of a ball and socket style. Um, they've been really effective in the neck. The back, lower back, they haven't worked quite as well, but clearly, and just to be clear, that's not my area of expertise, but we did those in residency. And so I treated backs when I was in residency. So maybe the technology is advanced, but the idea behind it, of course, is that with a fusion, it literally fuses. With the replacement, it allows motion. So then you decrease the risk of that adjacent level disease. And I'm sure with one level fusion, they're saying, hey, if we can get this next level to have some mobility, maybe we can save the back both for the adjacent level disease in the future, and then maybe getting him back to sports. But to answer the question we're dancing around here, is he going to get back to golfing again? Man, I mean, I hate to bet against Tiger Woods.
Yeah.
I've done it a couple times on this show, and I've been wrong every time. So I'm going to go ahead and say he's going to go back and win a Masters, I guess. But I mean, it's tough. I mean, multiple back surgeries, his leg, his knee. I mean, man.
That arthritis, I got to imagine in like 10, 20 years, whatever it's going to be, is going to be tough.
I mean, 10, 20 years, I mean, he may be dealing with it now.
Yeah.
He probably is,
Yeah.
truthfully. So I'm just going to say, I just have to think he's going to hang it up here pretty quick. Again, I would love to be wrong. He was I mean, when he was dominant in the 90s and 2000s, he may have been the most dominant athlete to ever play a sport. I mean, it was just unreal to watch him play. So you hate to see a guy's career come to an end like that, but I just think his days are numbered. And again, I would love to be wrong, but especially with the back, I mean, the golf, as you know, puts a lot of stress through the back, and to have another surgery, oh boy, it's tough. So I mean, we wish him the best and see how it plays out, but I guess again, time will tell. But it's tough. It's a tough spot to be in.
No kidding. Well, he's Dr. Austin Crowe, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. Best of luck tonight in football and such. We'll be following along and paying attention. Have a fantastic weekend, sir. Happy Halloween, and we'll talk to you again soon.
All right, you take care.
You got it. There you go. Dr. Crowe, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. Let's take a quick break and bring in our guy, Mr. Brandon Berg. He's coming up after these quick words. Big thanks again to our doc, Dr. Austin Crow, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, for every Friday mornings inside the training room. Don't forget, if you want to make your appointment, just visit cvosm.com today and start living that life pain-free. He's not a doctor, but he is with us. I didn't have a really good transition segue.
He's not a
into
doctor.
that.
He's not living his life pain-free. Brandenburg. How are you?
Mr. Brandon Berg, sir. How are you doing?
Oh, not too bad. How are you?
I'm, happy Halloween, too.
Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween. I see you came dressed up.
As you did.
As I did. I came as a Packers fan, so, just
I did not.
There. So, Murph's got it covered. I knew he was going to wear his M&M thing. That's what he wears every year. So that's what he's got it covered for everybody in this building. So that's a tradition unlike any other when it comes to that. So, but we're going to do some local sports roundup a little bit later on here this morning, but maybe a little bit of a wet one too for some football tonight. So, and then we'll find out this weekend who's going to state for volleyball. So we'll hit that up coming up a little bit later on. But we've got Game 6 of the World Series tonight, Brandon, and the Toronto Blue Jays, if they win, they get it done. They will capture that championship. So I just kind of want to ask you, after losing that 18-inning marathon that they did in Los Angeles, how impressive is it for the Toronto Blue Jays to come back and win those next two games on the road? I mean, they were back-to-back after that 18-inning marathon, as you saw the M&M walk by.
So, yeah.
That's the one thing with the new studio. You're going to see everything now. So
the corner eye, I see just this orange
blob.
I mean, I don't mean to disrespect Murph like that, but I mean, that's how the costume looks.
Yep.
I mean,
it's an M&M cut. Everybody knows it's just a big circle. So, yeah. And I don't know if he's got the Sports Talk orange cap on. If he doesn't, I'm going to have to get him one.
That's a branding opportunity right there.
It is. So, but World Series, I mean, how impressive was it for you for what the Dodgers have done these last two games? Or, Blue Jays these last two games?
Extremely. I mean, you can look at it a few different ways. I mean, coming off the NLCS, all we heard about was, Dodgers, you can't score the Dodgers.
Yeah.
Apparently, it was more of the fact that the Brewers just had an all-timer bad performance from their offense.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, I mean, to be able to kind of pull themselves up off the deck after an 18-inning game, I mean, they literally played two games and won.
Right.
And it obviously doesn't go their way, but then to kind of pull themselves up and win two in a row in L.A. To put themselves, on the verge of doing something that seemingly does not happen a lot in sports, which is a team potentially winning a championship on its home, ice, field, whatever. Like, it just doesn't, it doesn't seem like it happens a lot for some reason.
Right.
But yeah, to be able to do that, I mean, it just says a lot about that team, says a lot about those players.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the thing is like heading into the game tonight, I'm like, okay, are the Blue Jays going to be a little nervous? Are they going to press a little bit? But I mean, for crying out loud, look at what they've done so far this postseason, being down 0-2 to the Mariners, losing their first two at home. They come back and win it in 7, and then coming off that 18-winning game, they got like nerves of steel and cold-blooded. It feels like the opportunity isn't too big for these guys.
No, I mean, it's a good mix. You've obviously got some younger guys in there. You got some veterans. Like. I just think you've got the right combination of guys that kind of understand, worry about what's right in front of you.
Mm-hmm.
And that can be tough to do, especially when, you drop an 18-inning game in the World Series on a walk-off. And, I mean, that's a game where, I'll admit, I tapped out before the end of the game. I think it was after inning 14. I'm like, okay, I got to go to bed.
Yeah, I couldn't.
And then woke up the next morning and saw what happened. But, I mean, at this point, how can you not just be impressed by it?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that was a team that, maybe not as much as maybe the Brewers, but as remember, they're the top seed in the American League. And yet there's still a lot of people that are kind of like, well, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Because, offensively, obviously they have some star power, Vlad Guerrero Jr., George Springer. Obviously, we're very familiar around here with Dalton Varsho. But, it was a team that I don't think had almost had the benefit of the doubt because they hadn't been there in a while.
Right.
Well, they should now, obviously, with the way they played this postseason. Yeah, you're right. They go home and, they got that opportunity. I mean, it won't be easy now to go up against Yamamoto, who's been outstanding in the postseason, but.
Mm-hmm. So it goes back to the question. I actually made this a poll question earlier on in the week here. I think it was this week. biggest question or biggest need for the Brewers this offseason, and it was still the majority said it was like 50% since starting pitcher. But is this series looking, I mean, you look at Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Yes, he's got the big contract, but is that an example of like, this is why you need that hitter or hitters when it comes to the postseason and such, when we're kind of relating it to the Brewers aspect of this?
Could be. I mean, but I still think that like if the Brewers are going to get that high-level offense, it's going to have to come from internal development.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're not going to go out and spend on it because there's just no real track record outside of, you know, trading for Yelich and signing Lorenzo Cain.
Mm-hmm.
You know, here in recent history, I mean,
and the fact that Yelich is already under a big deal kind of hamstrings that, right?
A little bit. I mean, now you're going to start as some of these younger players get a little bit older and they start to reach arbitration. I mean, they're going to still be around. I think it's just that, but their cost goes up.
Right.
And the other thing too, I think, is going to be an important factor. And we've talked a little bit about kind of the looming potential work stoppage after next season.
Yeah.
But I think the thing that's going to be important is, you know, we've talked about how, you know, there's a battle on the horizon coming.
Mm-hmm.
You kind of have, I don't want to say the haves and the have-nots, but you have, you know, teams that are willing to spend more than the other ones, and they're going to have, you have other teams and, you know, ownership and stuff that are kind of, you know, crying poor.
Mm-hmm.
And I happen to believe the truth is probably somewhere in the middle, but I think that I'm kind of approaching this offseason with, you know, that there's going to be a bunch of teams that, knowing, you know, what we know, that there's probably a work stoppage on the horizon.
Right.
The year before, there was a possible stoppage and kind of a battle over, you know, these finances and majors. Are these teams really going to go out and spend a bunch of money?
Mm-hmm. Right.
You know, if I'm crying poor, and then if I'm saying, oh, I can't do anything, you know, I'm poor, but then the next day you see me buy a new car, you know, what are you going to think?
Right.
So I kind of have a feeling that's kind of how the offseason is going to be, where, you know, a lot of these teams that, look, you know, the Reds could definitely spend more. I mean, the Reds are not far off. I mean, they made the postseason. You know, they've got a lot of good young talent. Like, they could use maybe one big player to kind of take them over the top.
Mm-hmm.
This offseason, are they going to spend on that? I doubt it.
Right.
You know, we'll see, you know, the Brewers might be in a bit of a similar boat, but, you know, that's something we're kind of used to seeing, where they're just not going to spend on, you know, a big ticket item, so to speak.
Right.
So I think, you know, that's kind of the spot we're in. But as far as offense goes, yeah, I mean, it's going to have to come internally. It's going to have to come from Jackson Chourio taking another, you know, some of these younger guys, not just Chourio, but some of these guys taking another step, or
a Terang,
you know, Bryce Terang, or in a year or two, a Jesus Mate, or whoever, you know, a prospect that kind of emerges on the scene a bit like, you know, Ronald Acuna did, when he just exploded on the scene and suddenly he was an MVP and a superstar.
Right. I know you're not a Twins fan, but I gotta, what was, you know, Derek Shelton being named? I know he's got Twins background and such, but I mean, he just got fired in the middle of the season, or beginning of the season with the Pirates, halfway, whatever it was, with the Pirates. That's got to be a less than inspiring hire.
I was going to say, the word I would use to describe it's uninspiring.
Yeah.
And it's been a rough 4 or 5 months to be a Twins fan. And I empathize for them, because it's, I mean, they deserve better.
Mm-hmm.
They deserve better from ownership, and they deserve better, you know, than this. I mean, I think Derek Shelton is someone I don't think he'd won more than 72 games in a season with the Pirates. And that's not all his fault. Obviously, when I talk about, you know, owners, you know, kind of crying poor, I think, you know, Pirates owner Bob Nutting is at the top of that list of someone who could definitely, especially right now, given all the starting pitching that the Pirates have, could do a little bit more to turn that team into a team that goes from being, well, they're the Pirates, to suddenly interesting, but they won't.
Right.
But yeah, that is a very uninspiring move. You kind of look at some of the other moves around the majors. I mean, I look at the Giants did. I mean, hiring the University of Tennessee coach, which had really never been done. I'm like, I have no idea if that's going to work, but at least that's interesting.
Right.
And you can kind of see, like, okay, well, maybe I could see where that might, you know, I could understand the rationale of this. This one, it just strikes me as, I don't know, just kind of like blah, kind of par for the course right now with the Pohlad family and kind of what they're doing. Just, yeah. I mean, at this point, you might as well just keep Rocco Baldelli.
Yeah. And then you got the Nationals hiring going with almost the NFL route with the young offensive-minded, kind of type of coach. But that was an interesting one,
and that's another
too.
one where, yeah, but at least there's, and you're always going to, not that retread coaches are bad. Obviously, we've seen a lot of them in many sports that have worked, but I think you're always just going to have, when you hire someone that's never been the coach before, there's always just a little bit more of that intrigue just because there's not a track record. You don't know. Whereas obviously Derek Shelton, there's a bit of a track record that's not great, but
yeah, interesting. No question about it. So, all right, we got to take a quick break here. We'll get back to some more hoops chat here with the Bucks with a, I would say, impressive victory last night with no Giannis and such. So we'll do that. Let's do some Halloween fun here too. If you want to chime in, go to candy. If you got some kids, which ones are you digging in the trick or treat buckets for and stealing from your kid, or quote testing for your kid? Have some Halloween fun. Favorite horror, scary movie, all that fun stuff. Text it on over. Let's have a little fun with Halloween. Or comment on the video streams where Paul says, as a Brewers fan, go Blue Jays. Dan, are you a Packers, quote, owner? Of course I am. Of course I am. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Deer hunting, it's in full swing right now, bow season. I know we've got Mark who chimed in saying, morning, Dan, good luck to you and Ron and all your listener hunters chasing the wily whitetail this weekend. I'm heading north a little bit later to do the same. Should be the weekend to do it. I'll be going this afternoon, hopefully, too. But it also means we're getting closer to the deer gun season. So with that being right around the corner, before you head out to the woods, make sure you go and visit our good friends at Tilden Gun. Whether you're looking for a new deer rifle, ammo, some scopes, or gear, Tilden Gun has the best selection around and the best prices to match. If you're hunting for deals, this is where the trail ends. The crew at Tilden Gun, Sean and Hunter, they know their stuff. They're hunters. They're outdoorsmen. They'll help you find exactly what you need to make this deer season one to remember. So check them out online at tildengun.com or stop by their shop, 12427 98th Avenue in Chippewa Falls. All right. So Bucks, speaking of deer and Bucks last night. That was an impressive win with no Giannis. Ryan Rollins, dude, is just balling right now in these first few games. 8 players, double-figure scoring last night for the Bucks. You talk about, I think, a very impressive start to the season right now. It's what the Bucks are doing, and even last night with no Giannis, that's a quality team they're going up against with the Warriors to pick up that victory. If anything, outside the win, that's got to give that team confidence, saying, okay, we know we can also go out there and win if Giannis has to miss some time or
right.
something.
And that's going to happen. I mean, over the course of an NBA season, generally you're going to see guys, being down for a time or two. I mean, obviously the whole load management thing is a buzzword, and Mr. Jordan's, gave his opinion on it earlier this week. But yeah, I mean, and this I think was generally I think this was generally something with Giannis, wasn't him just sitting out. But yeah, I mean, it's a great sign when you can see that, especially I think early on with this group, because it's a group that's still, I think, forming its chemistry, but you're still seeing a lot of good things. You mentioned Ryan Rollins. I mean, he's someone that was kind of looked at as being more of a defensive guy.
Yeah.
I mean, and a very good one, but to be able to kind of, put up the numbers he did last night, and yeah, it's early on, but I don't know. I just really like this mix of players. Like and maybe it's because they're a little bit younger now. They just seem like they play with an energy.
Yeah.
Like even I go back to that Knicks game, just like the amount of times they were just, battling on defense, and, they're just a little bit more athletic, obviously, with, Miles Turner, kind of taking over that, about Brook Lopez role. And I like the fact, too, that Doc Rivers seems like he's going deeper into the bench this year, and probably in part because he can. But I think that's going to pay big dividends if that's able to continue in the second half and down the stretch, just because, you don't have to play some of these guys heavily. Like, you look at, some of those earlier games and you see the minutes Giannis is playing. It's like, wow, it didn't seem like it was that much. Or it didn't seem like it was that, it seemed like it was more than that. But yeah, just, it's a simple idea of obviously kind of trying to surround Giannis with shooters, but it seems like early on with, some of the guys they got out there. And also, I think the other thing too is, Kyle Kuzma coming off the bench, but also him just not trying to do too much.
Right.
There's been places where he's had kind of be the guy. And obviously, he's not that guy, but, I think in Milwaukee, maybe he's kind of starting to find a little bit of a nice niche of what he can be. And if he kind of embraces that as it looks like he has so far, I mean, that's, I think, big for this team.
It's an expensive niche, though.
It's an expensive niche, but, it kind of is what it is right now. So you just make the best of it. And that's something that, he's still going to, I think, get his minutes, but if he's getting those minutes coming off the bench versus starting, I think that's just the better way to go.
Right. No, I would agree. So definitely a long season. Yeah,
long season for the NBA.
To go here, but you've got to be, I mean, considering how they started off last year.
Right.
And now you got this one. I like what I'm seeing so far. I really do. I just hope that they can continue to do that. And the more Ryan Rollins continues to do what he did, like 32 points last night, he ain't going to catch anybody by surprise. But also remember, too, Kevin Porter Jr. went out early in that first game, and was the starting point guard. So, I mean, they're missing his contributions, too, and they're still getting it done. So, Bucks will be back at it tomorrow with the Kings coming to town for the Bucks. So, I mean, overall, you got Spurs off to a 5-0 start to begin the season too. That's probably first time in franchise history they started off 5-0.
Yeah, you would think with all the great years they've had that they would have started 5-0 at one point. But I mean, obviously Victor Wembanyama's taking that step. I mean,
yeah.
It was funny because last year during the year I had seen somebody kind of talking about Victor Wembanyama, and he was talking about explaining who Wemby is to his wife, and just kind of how he's just kind of this very unique. He's this unique athlete, and he's got all these crazy skills and stuff like that. And his wife kind of looked at him and thought she was talking about his invisible friend. Because when you explain him, it sounds like it's like an invisible friend a kid would make up. Oh, he's like 7 feet.
7'6".
He's 7'6", but he's got these long arms and he can dunk. He can dunk without jumping, and he can shoot threes. It's like, yeah, it sounds like something a little kid would make up.
I didn't see that, but that's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, and it's him, and it's like Chet Holmgren. I think there's still this. People see their body types and get worried, like, okay, is that actually going to last?
Yeah.
It's.
I mean, the thing I would say, though, is go back and look at what Giannis looked like when he came in the NBA.
Right.
And look at him now. Sometimes it's going to take some time. They're going to put some muscle on.
Yep.
They already have, but they're going to put more on. And if they can stay healthy.
Yep.
Those guys, obviously Holmgren's already been part of a winning team.
Yeah.
But that's kind of what you're looking at for the next 10, 15 years.
Right. Exactly. So good start for the Bucks, no doubt about it. And then we get the NBA Cup coming.
Really, are the Bucks peaking too soon? Are they looking at more at the NBA Cup?
Are they going to repeat for the NBA Cup this year?
I mean, not a lot of teams can beat the Thunder in a post or in a tournament scenario.
That's true.
Bucks
did. So hey, maybe that's the key: get to it and then lose it.
Could be.
That's what the Thunder did, right?
Yeah.
So, but I mean, I know we make fun of it now, but if it gets the players to actually play and buy in, I'm okay with it.
And that's the thing too. I mean,
yeah.
Look, there's no better motivator than money.
Yep, exactly. So, all right, we got to take our final break for this hour. We're going to get back to some more football talk as well. Continue to send me your keys to victory for the green and gold going up against the Panthers of Carolina. Your players who have got to have a game. Who are those? Some bold predictions. Even if you're not a Packers fan, send me some bold predictions for your favorite team or any game this weekend. We'll take a quick break and start to wrap up the second hour after these quick words.
Then hit us up on Facebook and let your fingers do the talking.
Grant here for Kai's Chevytown, a short drive from anywhere, the north side of Menominee, just off Interstate 94, exit 41. It's really starting to get colder, so if you're looking to upgrade and you're looking for something bigger and stronger to get the job done in the winter, remember October is truck month, and you can get $11,000 off when you trade in a 2011 or newer vehicle. They have a bunch of heavy duties in stock, and they'll give you thousands of dollars in savings plus great financing this month as well. So get in before the end of the month if that's something that interests you. They set me up with my car a year ago in September. I can't recommend them enough. Every step of the buying process, everybody that I worked with, it was a pleasure. They made it easy, and that's how they've been treating their customers for 3 generations. If you are satisfied with your current vehicle, they want to keep you satisfied. So take advantage of their award-winning service department. Get it in as the weather gets colder. You don't want to have an issue and you try to go to work one morning and all of a sudden it's 28 degrees. We don't want that. So get in there. You can make your reservation and schedule your appointment online, ChevyTownUSA.com. You can check out their inventory updated daily there as well. Be wise, see Kai's for the best buys.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
In today's business environment, you need internet that's as strong as your ambitions. TDS Fiber Internet is designed to meet the highest demand, offering blazing fast symmetrical speeds and rock-solid 99.9% network reliability. Fortify your business with internet that delivers unmatched strength and durability. Upgrade to industrial-strength TDS Fiber Internet. Built to endure, built for your business. Visit tdsbusiness.com. Internet speeds are up to and not guaranteed, subject to availability. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
When I was a kid, we used to always say there's nothing to do. And half the time we were right. There was one place to go, one place to watch a show, maybe one band that came into town. Well, that's not the case anymore. Certainly not in the 715. So when you're looking for events and wondering what to do, or maybe you're hosting your own event and you're trying to get the word out to people, it's tricky. Well, that's where AroundThe715.com comes in. You've got something fun for people to do? Submit your event. You can submit it all on your own and get the word out. That's AroundThe715.com or the Around the 715 app.
It's the morning show that celebrates our love and passion for sports. It's the Dan Kasper Show.
Just a few minutes left until the top of the hour. So we've got it is a football Friday. It is also Halloween. So send us what's the go-to candy for you. Good morning. Oh yeah, I forgot. Surveyor's got to do the do the trivia question here too. So.
Yeah.
Good morning, DK. Happy Halloween. Since it's the spooky holiday, let's remove some terrifying memories. Can you and Brandon each name the 3 players who have had the most rushing yards in a single game against your favorite teams?
Oh, boy.
Since the year 2000. So, for example, the Bears would be able to say that the guys who had the best single game performance would be Peterson, Ricky Williams, and Edgerrin James.
Wow.
That's a good one. That's a tough one. Well, I'm going to say Green Bay, Peterson's got to be on there. And the one game that comes to mind is that 2012 Week 17 game when he almost broke the rushing record.
Right.
So I'm going to say Adrian Peterson's got to be on there.
I say the other one, I think he is too. I mean, I also thought of, was it 2013? I always call it, I think the Scott Tolzien game.
Yeah.
I remember him having busting off an 80-yard run in that game.
So this is total rushing yards, though.
Oh, this is total?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought it was in a single game.
No, yeah, single game. So Adrian Peterson had 224 yards.
In a game. Okay, yes. So it's most yards in a single game.
Yeah. Please tell me you're going to have Tolzien on that list.
I wish.
I was going to say, you're really going to go with Tolzien. That would be awesome.
Let's see. Well, I've got the first one that popped. I mean, are we doing this now or are we going to take a couple minutes?
We can take a couple minutes. Let's take a couple minutes because I'm going to say Adrian Peterson for sure has got to be on there.
That's not fair. That's an easy guess for you.
And it says 2000, so you can't say like Barry Bonds or Barry Bonds. Barry Sanders.
I would never say Barry Bonds, but
we've got Tim in the Cooley region. I love the way the Bucks are playing right now. They move the ball around the floor. Very unselfish. I think this is going to be a really good team. Bold prediction. Jordan Love throws a touchdown, runs for a touchdown, and catches a touchdown.
There we go.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about with bold predictions. I love it. Two different Johns chiming in. Cream of the crop goes to the Colts offensive line, probably the best O-line in the NFL. The Colts O-line is a monster up front. They're opening holes, keeping Indiana Jones clean, making the running game shine. Total dominance in the trenches. Different John says the GOAT, Reese's Peanut Butter Cups. I wouldn't know. I can't have them.
You cannot, but I can speak on that, and that is correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
They are very big in my house for my kid and my wife, but I would not know. I can't have them. Otherwise, I would die. So just to put it bluntly.
Would it be worth it? Because Reese's Cups are pretty good.
Are they? Oh, well, okay.
If you're going to go. If you're going to go. There are worse ways to go.
Well, I have found out from peanut butter how it goes, so it's not fun.
It's not great.
I'll tell you. So, but boy, that is a really good question.
It is. I've got one I feel pretty confident about, but
boy, since 2000.
Yeah. And man, I mean, especially earlier on, the Vikings have had some bad defenses, like in that 2003, 2000. Like,
And the thing for you too, like I'm just gonna throw a name out. Like, would Amon Green have anything? I'm trying to think of Packers running backs. Going up
yeah,
this
like
year.
you're gonna probably prioritize like divisional foes.
Oh yeah, it doesn't have to be divisional foes, but yeah, you're right.
It doesn't have to be, but in theory, you would think they played them more, so maybe.
Mm-hmm.
But the first one I've thought of, and obviously I'll review it, or when we say it, I'll let you know. But it's not a divisional foe. There's just a game that sticks out to me.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Amon Green had what, like an 1,800 or 1,900 yard season?
Yeah, that was 2002.
Was it 02? Okay, I thought it was
or
02.
04.
Yeah, it was
02 or 04.
So that's possible.
Somewhere around early 2000s. So, all right. Yeah, I don't know why I had division in my mind, like just thinking of division, but no, it's not just division. So, okay. That makes it kind of easier, but a little bit harder. I'm trying to think of some really good running backs that, okay. So we'll think, we got a few minutes left to think about it. Shot clock's going to cut us off in about a minute, though. So we'll kick off the next hour with cream of the crop. We don't do bottom of the barrel anymore. We do cream of the crop. We're trying to be a little positive. So cream of the crop here. Then we'll do our AJM Automotive Pump the Brakes Full Throttle. And then to kick off the 9 o'clock hour, we'll do our local sports roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. Continue to send me some bold predictions. Doesn't have to be for the Packers if you have a different favorite team. I mean, I know for a fact we've got listeners who are listeners or fans of the Bears, obviously the Vikings, Lions as well. So Cowboys, Eagles, whatever the case may be, give me some bold predictions for your favorite teams. Keys to victory for the Pack, key matchups, all that good stuff that we usually do on a Football Friday. All right, shot clock kicks off right now. We're 2 in. We got a couple more to go. Stick around. We'll be back after these news updates. Third hour, kick it off right now on this Friday morning. Happy Halloween, everybody. Appreciate you making us a part of your starts here. It's a football Friday as well, so you can send us your keys to victory, your key matchup, some bold predictions. Here. So text them to us, 715-830-1912. John says bold prediction for the Packers will be Josh Jacobs rushes for over 220 yards and 3 touchdowns. So, all right, before we get to our cream of the crop, should we answer our...
Let's give it a shot.
Okay, so I've got your answers. Surveyor has not texted mine. I'm going to ask this. Let me reread his question. I want to ask this. Do playoff games count? Or is it just regular season?
Oh yeah. Okay, I see. I think I see where you're going with that.
So I want to throw that out there.
That might matter for you.
Yeah. Because you're probably thinking of something.
I think we're thinking along the same lines. So.
Okay. I just want to know, do playoff games, Surveyor, really quick, do they count?
Okay.
Because I got somebody in mind, but it was a playoff game.
Correct.
So while I wait for his answer, we'll start with you then.
Okay. The first name that popped into my head was Alvin Kamara.
Okay.
I just thought of that 2019 Christmas game where he had like 6 touchdowns.
Okay. So you give me your list and I'll tell you how many you got right.
Okay. So I'm going to go Alvin Kamara. I'm going to go Amon Green. And I'm going to go Michael Vick.
Okay. You've got one right.
Hey! Which one?
Michael Vick.
Wow. Wow. That was my third one too. Yeah. But no, I'm assuming that's from the infamous, was it 2002? Where he had where you had like
December 1st, 2002.
Yeah, where he had like.
Is that highlight film where he breaks?
Where like Greg Beekert and someone else crash into each other. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Wow. Okay. So
one was actually within the last couple of years the number one. I'll give you a hint.
Jahmyr Gibbs?
Nope.
Okay.
And the other one happened 10 years ago.
Okay, so a couple years. I'm going to assume that was 2023. Because that was, okay, that's down here. Okay. This is as always. This is great radio when the radio consists of me thinking, so I don't like to take too much time up for that. So, I'll just call it. What was it?
So DeAndre Swift, 175 yards.
Okay, yeah.
And then Carlos Hyde.
Yes, was that Niners or Cardinal?
I think it was Niners 10 years ago, 2015.
Wow.
Could be wrong, but yeah.
Wow.
And actually, fun fact here, DeAndre Swift was September 14th, 2023. Carlos Hyde, September 14th, 2015.
Wow.
So, all right, so Surveyor said it doesn't matter for playoffs. So I'm going to go Adrian Peterson's got to be. And I'm assuming Adrian Peterson probably has a couple of them, but I'm assuming we're just going to do one.
Yeah, we're
doing different people.
Yep.
Otherwise, I'd probably say AP for all of them for Adrian Peterson against Green Bay. So if it's literally just the 3 games, I'll say Adrian Peterson. If we're doing different people, Adrian Peterson. I'm going to go Colin Kaepernick with that playoff game.
Yep.
I think that was the same year, too, that Adrian Peterson ran for that because they beat the Vikings and then they had to play San Francisco in the division round. So I'll go Colin Kaepernick. So then I'm trying to think of like early 2000s running backs. Like, did Marshall Faulk do anything against them? LaDainian Tomlinson.
There wasn't too much around that time, Vikings-wise, that would have got you. I don't think Michael Bennett had a...
That was one name that crossed my mind, but I don't know if I'd go that route. I'll just say, I don't think it is, but I'll just say it. I'll say Marshall Faulk. I don't know. Because the only other thing I keep thinking of was that playoff game against the Rams when, like, Favre threw 6 picks.
Right.
Like, how much did Falk have in that game? Right. I don't know. So I'm going to say Adrian Peterson, Colin Kaepernick, Marshall Faulk, if playoff games count in this thing. So, because didn't, like, Kaepernick run for, like, 180, 190 yards or something like that?
There's a couple big runs in there. So I think that sounds right.
Yep.
That's kind of crazy, though, if that's the case.
So he says Adrian Peterson, Sean Alexander, Tiki Barber, 172. Look up Colin Kaepernick.
Yeah, I thought he had more in the playoff game.
Yeah.
Maybe it was only in the 160s or whatever.
Yeah. Look up Colin Kaepernick there, Surveyor. I'm going to challenge. I'm throwing the red flag. I'm throwing the red flag on this one. I feel like he had more than 172 in this one. I gotta throw the flag on this. So,
although the thing you always gotta wonder about with quarterbacks is, obviously rushing yards, and how it counts like passing, with passing yards. Like if you get sacked,
total,
yeah. But that's what I mean. Like
yeah. Did they even sack him that day though?
Yeah, according to old ESPN box score, Kaepernick ran for 181.
Oh, Surveyor.
And 2 scores.
You said it doesn't matter. Come on now.
That is actually kind of crazy that both of these have a quarterback on them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But when you think about...
But then the quarterbacks themselves make sense.
Exactly.
But yeah, yep.
All right, let's do cream of the crop. Who is your cream of the crop?
We mentioned him a little bit earlier, but I am going to go with Ryan Rollins. Only 5. I mean, I said only only 5 games to start the season here, but I mean a significant bump up, averaging nearly 19 points a game, 5 assists, nearly 4 rebounds. Like just being someone that early on here has kind of emerged as just another option.
Mm-hmm.
Shooting really well from distance. I mean, he's giving the Bucks exactly the type of player that they need.
Yeah, and
just kind of. They almost needed multiples, so it's good to just see anyone stepping up. But for a younger guy, that, I mean, we don't have to get that far down the road, but that is still, I mean, he's under contract for another few years. Like, this is exactly, I mean, this is beyond what you were kind of hoping for from him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that is a fantastic pick and a rightfully so pick. So, I'm going to go, it's kind of I guess you can call it an easy one. Jordan's comments about load management, which I don't think we should have expected anything else, but the GOAT calling out some players, his reasonings about it too. I think from a fan perspective, when you hear somebody like him say, fans paid a lot of money to come see me play. They paid a lot of money for that ticket to come see me play. It's my obligation to make sure I go out there because like, okay, for example, last night, Brandon, this is what bugs me. Giannis was listed as probable. Doc even said before the game, yeah, I think he's going to play. And then all of a sudden, he's not playing. If I would have bought a ticket and drove all the way down to that game.
Right. You get to see
and I've seen the updates. Oh, probable. Okay, good. Doc's saying, okay, he's probably, okay. And then he's not. I'm pissed.
And you're taking the kid or whatever. Yeah. And he go, hey, I get to see Giannis, get to see Steph Curry.
Yep.
Like,
I'm pissed. And that's what annoys me the most about the NBA is all this stuff. And that's what makes me nervous about making these drives and going to a game. Whereas football, you have a really good idea.
Baseball generally, I mean, at least for position players, but pitching, you just understand that comes with the territory.
Yep. So this is my biggest gripe I have with basketball. I wish people would listen to Jordan. Now, I get it. The other part of this is, are they more like, nope, we're going to sit you and not risk it or anything like that? The Giannis one just seemed a little weird when you have the head coach saying and the problem, and then all of a sudden, I'm not fully blaming Giannis for this, but it's like, did somebody say, no, we're going to hold on to him? And I do think there's more team decisions involved in this, but I don't know. I still don't like it. Obviously, Adam Silver doesn't like it. Otherwise, they wouldn't be doing these NBA Cup things and trying to, you got to play a certain amount of games to be eligible to win MVP and all that sort of stuff. So, cream of the crop, Jordan. I just wish more people would listen to Jordan's reasonings because he's 100% exactly right.
Also, I was thinking about your trivia question from Surveyor, and if we were including the postseason, another guy that's probably going to be on that list would be Raheem Mostert.
Ooh.
Was that the 2019 NFC title game where he ran wild?
Do you have the yards?
That's what I'm going to look at right now. I mean, maybe it just seemed like it was more than it was, but I thought he was like over 200.
Okay. Look it up once.
But yeah, again, that was a playoff game, so I mean, that might,
Interesting.
Oops. Phone is not cooperating. So.
Okay.
Fun with technology.
I can Google it here for you quick if you want.
Nope, I'm on the hunt.
You can. I got to put the keyboard over there, but you can use that computer too. We got all these screens in here for you to use. You don't have to use your phone anymore, dude.
Yeah, Raheem Mostert ran for 220 yards that game. So I would think he would be in that conversation.
All right, so it would be Adrian Peterson, who had 210. What was Raheem Mostert?
Mostert's 220.
So Mostert, AP, and Kaepernick.
Yeah, I didn't try to think if there's any other
playoff
game, but
So these are regular season ones, though. So regular season. They would be regular season. These would be the picks.
In that game, in that same game, Geronimo Allison had 2 catches for 8 yards. Just so you might want to know.
Say Geronimo. Say Geronimo.
And Jake Kummerow had a 23-yard catch.
Ah,
the legend.
Jake Kummerow.
The legend.
The legendary legend from UW-Whitewater, Jake Kummerow. What's he doing these days? You don't see him with Packer alumni events. Why not?
What about another, this is just a fun name to say, Kingsley Kiki.
Didn't he go to Texas A&M?
He did.
Yes.
5th round pick in 2019.
Yes. Got that one. Surveyor, not the cream of the crop this morning.
Oh.
I'm sorry I had to. I'm sorry. All right, let's take a quick break, and then we are going to do the AJM Automotive Pump the Brakes Full Throttle. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. John says, with the spirit of Halloween, in your guys' opinion, who is the scariest athletes of all time? Well, I actually did that on Facebook a couple days ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So that's posted up on my Facebook. I've got mine on there, but do you have one off the top of your head?
I mean, I'm trying to think of like defining scary. Like,
you could go a bunch of different ways. Like I did mine is like, do I want to meet them? No. Do they look scary? No. Do I want to play against them? No. Like Tyson.
That was the first name that popped in my head was Mike Tyson.
Yeah.
Like prime Mike Tyson.
Mm-hmm. Another one I threw out there was Barry Sanders would probably scare my ACL and tear it. So, yeah, we did that on Facebook a couple days ago.
Yeah,
so.
Tyson, I think prime Tyson, like, later 80s Tyson. Just
Yeah. Old school linebackers like Dick Butkus. Those type of guys.
All those guys. Yeah, yes.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So. Yep. And a lot of people commented on their picks too, so if you want to go check it out, you can go look on my Facebook page there. Let's do Pump the Brakes Full Throttle, brought to you by our good friends from AJM Automotive. Don't forget, it is getting to be that time of year. Snow is going to be falling soon, so if you need those new tires, AJM Automotive can hook you up there. Also, they do some small engine work, so if you need to tune up that snowblower before it gets too late, they can help you out as well. And they also offer towing services, so if you happen to go in the ditch. Don't want to think about that, but sometimes it does happen. Put this number in your cell phone, 715-835-9523. Let's do, all right, Pump the Brakes, Full Throttle. I got a few of them here. I actually made notes. How about that? So, got to bring it.
On one of your 7 screens.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I only got 5.
For now.
So, Pump the Brakes, Full Throttle. Giannis right now is the MVP, first week MVP of the NBA.
Well, missing the game doesn't help. I'm going to pump the brakes, even though he's been awesome. I mean, I think it might be Wembanyama. If that would probably, I mean, if we were doing a first week MVP power rankings, which, my goodness, if we were. But if we were, I would probably put maybe Victor just slightly ahead.
Yeah. I'll probably pump the brakes a little bit. Victor Wembanyama's up there.
But don't get me
sure.
wrong, Giannis has been awesome. He's been really efficient, too, and I think that's the big thing.
There's only been one game he didn't shoot over 70%, and it was still 61%, and it was the opener, too. So no question about it. He's up there. He feels like and it's just me from watching and listening, he knows. Like, it just seems like he's playing pissed off.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yes,
like he's
yes.
playing like, all right, I've got something to prove this year. Really quick, Dave from Cadott said, missed the category, but heard you talking about big rushing games against Packers. Not sure how far back you were going or if this person even had a huge rushing game, but Allstott used to run all over us. Yeah. It's a trivia question that Surveyor always throws to us, and it was rushing yards from 2000.
Since 2000.
Since
so in the
2000.
21st century.
Yeah. Most in the game. So.
I'm willing to bet that a lot of those games for all, because I actually thought about work done, but I'm willing to bet a lot of those All-Star games, like, he may have run for 100 yards, but if you were trying to tackle him, it probably felt like he ran for like 250.
Yeah.
Tried to tackle that big old neck roll.
I don't know why every time I think of work done, I think about his commercial that he did back in the day. Cat Fancy. Do you remember that thing? Do you remember that?
I don't.
Oh, I don't know why, but I remember he did like a commercial and something about like Cat Fancy. Like he subscribes to Cat Fancy magazine. Something with that.
Whenever I think of Grant Hill, I think of that Grant Hill drink Sprite.
Oh, yeah. I don't know why it's Grant Hill, but it's Grant Hill for me.
And he drinks Sprite.
Was he the first one? Or maybe just because that was in the 90s and we were kids.
I'm sure that's what it was.
I think Shaq did Crunch Bars, and that's why I was like on a Crunch Bar craze too.
Is there a commercial Shaq hasn't done? Who's done more commercials, Shaq or Snoop Dogg?
Somebody's got to look that up.
Wow.
Because that's actually a good question.
I mean, Shaq's done commercials for like toner.
The General. Icy Hot. I mean, goes on.
Although, to be
on.
fair, that's one I could see him actually using. But like printer toner, really?
Hey, you never. So, hey, you got to print something. You need toner, and just I got nothing else after that. I've literally got.
You need to print out your
else,
car insurance form.
Let's go to. More NBA. Did pump the brakes, full throttle. Right now, the second option for the Milwaukee Bucks is Ryan Rollins. You know what I mean by second option, right?
Yeah.
Scoring option in that.
Right now, I'll say full throttle. I don't think that's going to be the case. I mean, Miles, there's plenty of other options, but right now,
are you concerned with the start that Miles Turner's had, or are you like,
not really.
new team,
but and like I think he's still been productive. I just think it's been more like defensively and just kind of the stuff there. So I think I'm willing to be patient while that goes along.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'm patient with Miles Turner too. Eventually, I think it's going to be Miles Turner, but. I think the way the Bucks are winning right now, even though we talked about it, like, okay, this is how it's going to have to work. They're going to need their shooters and such. But the fact that they're actually doing it right away is kind of surprising to me a little bit.
Yeah.
If that
with
makes
a lot
sense.
of moving parts, like it kind of clicking as quick as it has.
Mm-hmm. Right. Pump the brakes, full throttle. LSU is the better opening than Penn State.
I'm going to go full throttle. There's, I think, maybe a little more pressure, because they've won championships here more recently.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that let's put it this way, if I had the option to pick one or the other, I'd pick LSU.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that's the case.
Now
the big thing right now that hurts is there's just so much dysfunction around it. You know, the AD was relieved of his duties yesterday. There's just a lot of outside factors that are kind of going into that. So that might scare some people off.
Well, and does conference matter in this? So
I think
guess
it's a double-edged sword, because you can make the case. Look, you could say, well, the SEC is more competitive. But it's like, yeah, but you could also like. I think there's still options. Like it's not as tough as it used to be as far as like if you want to win a championship. I'm saying because the SEC is probably getting 3 or 4 teams into the playoff, so you just have to be top 3 or 4 teams in the SEC, and I think you can consistently do that.
Right.
It's kind of a similar story with the Big Ten, but I don't think it's a hindrance SEC over Big Ten.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Pump the brakes, full throttle. Drake May should be considered the MVP of the league right now.
I'm going to pump the brakes because he should absolutely be up there. He's playing awesome. All things being equal, my pick would be Jonathan Taylor. Like, there's not been a running back that's been MVP since Adrian Peterson 2012. Obviously, we know he won 2,000 yards that year. But, like, what he's doing on a weekly basis is crazy, especially when it's not like there's one quarterback that is just head and shoulders above the rest lighting up the league. Drake May has played very, very, very well. Like, he's a big reason they're doing what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
But I cannot make a case for somebody over Jonathan Taylor.
I would agree with to me, the top 2 candidates should be Jonathan Taylor and Drake May.
I would agree with that.
The fact that Saquon didn't win it last year, I think means it's probably
like,
not going to.
And that's the unfortunate thing is the NFL MVP has just become, well, who was the best quarterback that year?
Right.
And I get that the quarterback is the most important position, but in a year like this where they're right now is not that one breakaway candidate, and you're having somebody doing something at this level. If this continues for Jonathan Taylor and the Colts win 11, 12 games, whatever it is, and make the playoffs, I would have a hard time believing that there was a quarterback that was more impactful this year over Jonathan Taylor.
Is it almost the case where Daniel Jones is hurting Jonathan Taylor's MVP case? Because you go back to when Adrian Peterson won it.
Yeah, Christian Ponder.
Right. And he was coming off the ACL, that quick, amazing recovery that he had. Is it almost the case where, you're hearing Indiana Jones, if Daniel Jones was just average or not playing well, but the Colts were still winning,
right?
Does that help Jonathan Taylor? I think it does.
It probably would. Now, like it's crazy that we're having that conversation, but you're right. I think it plays a factor.
Mm-hmm.
If Daniel Jones has just been all right, if he's been above average, but he's been good.
Yeah.
I think you're right. I think that plays a role.
Because, I mean, you even look at the Eagles last year, it's like Saquon was great, but then he probably gets hurt because, well, the Eagles as a team, you got Jalen, you got those receivers, the defense and such. Whereas you look at, Minnesota, like you said, it was Christian Ponder, and then it's Joe Webb in the playoffs.
And he's throwing to Michael Jenkins and,
You literally knew Adrian carried that team to the postseason.
Right. You knew Adrian Peterson was getting 25 to 30 carries every game down the stretch.
Yes. Yeah. So, yeah, I wouldn't make the argument that Daniel Jones playing well actually hurts Jonathan Taylor's chance. I completely disagree. I know he's playing well, but Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen as the leaders.
Right. That
seems lazy to me.
That was the exact word I was going to use. That seems lazy.
Mm-hmm. And that's the odds-on favorites right now.
Right.
So I can't get into that one. So no, those are to me my top two is Drake May and Jonathan Taylor. I think we need to really change up the MVP. Like, you might as well just say best quarterback then.
Right, because really the award he has the chance to win, it would be the offensive player. Which is like
seems like it's second place.
Right, pretty much. It's like, okay, who is it? Yeah, that's a very good way to put it. It seems like it was second place, which, like, okay, well, if they're both on offense, then what's the difference?
Right, exactly. It's like, oh, this actually is the best offensive player, but, you know, you know what I'm trying to say? It's like, it actually should be the MVP. I almost feel like, okay, pump the brakes, full throttle. Does the offensive player of the year and defensive player of the year tell more about who should be the MVP than the actual MVP award?
If somebody wins the offensive player of the year or the MVP and they're an offensive player of the year, should you have an offensive player of the year?
That's a good point.
Should they just, like, you announce the MVP? Obviously, they're going to wait till the end on the MVP, but do you announce that right away and say, well, you know, Jonathan Taylor's the MVP. Well, we're not going to have an offensive player of the year because obviously it would be. Because then as dumb as it is, then you just open up that conversation like, well, how can this player be the offensive player of the year and not be the MVP over another offensive player?
Right. Now, to play devil's advocate, could you say the same about Cy Young and Major League Baseball MVP? If a pitcher wins the MVP, they don't win Cy Young?
Yeah, you absolutely could. Yeah.
No. That might be that. That would never happen, but that's an intriguing thing.
Oh, yeah, no.
I kind of like that. I kind of like that thought. But, yeah, it bugs me with MVPs now and such. I mean, I'll even say this. When Favre and Sanders there was, a lot of people think Sanders probably should have.
Yeah, that was his 2,000-yard season.
Yeah.
And obviously Favre had a really, really good year. But
you think about two players in the same division to split that award, MVP award.
Yeah.
So, okay, pump the brakes, full throttle. Let's continue on down here. Nope. I was actually going to ask you a World Series, but I'll save that for picks because I don't want to ruin it when we get towards the end here. So, pump the brakes, full throttle. Shane Steichen is the first half coach of the year.
I will say full throttle, but I was actually thinking about this week because of the Colts kind of coming out of nowhere, and as we know, that's kind of what that award's for.
Mm-hmm.
But the guy I really think should be getting legitimate conversation for this is Dan Campbell. Replacing both your coordinators.
Okay.
I mean, and at the very least defensively, I think it's an improvement. I think their defense is much better this year than it was last year. In part because I'm sure they've got a few more people back, but also because I think they're just less predictable. Like Aaron Glenn, you kind of knew what you were going to get, and I think that's maybe what bit them at the end. But to be able to have that much turnover, and look, a lot of people thought that the Lions might be poised for a bit of a regression this year.
I was one that thought the loss of those coordinators was a bigger loss than a lot of people were giving them credit for. Or not giving credit for, but you know what I mean? Like, kind of saying.
Yeah. And the fact that, obviously they're...
And then after the first week, everybody's like, oh, crap.
See, we told you. It's all, it's all down. It's all down, but and there they are.
I understand. That is, yes.
Yeah.
It starts with that. There's a lot of talented players on that team.
There are.
I would say Mike Vrabel should get mentioned in there, too.
Sure.
The Shane Steichen one, that's...
It's hard. I can't argue that because nobody expected the Colts to be in the spot.
Right.
Nobody.
Right. And you can say the Patriots. I think there was thoughts that, okay, Patriots were going to be better, but, could they win the division over the Buffalo Bills? If they win the division, that's...
No matter what Indianapolis does.
AFC South, everybody kind of was like, yeah.
It's one of those divisions where it's like, I think at the beginning of the year, if you said the Colts won the division, you could say like, okay, like you could see it, but you're envisioning like 9-8.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and, playing the first wild card game on Saturday.
Right. Yep. No, I totally agree. All right, that's your pump the brakes, full throttle, brought to you by AJM Automotive in Eau Claire. Let's take a quick break and let's get back to some more football talk coming up after these quick words. by the way, did look up the Shaq and Snoop Dogg thing. Says according to Google AI, Shaq has done 308 national ad campaigns, while Snoop 134.
Wow.
Yeah. I would say so. National ad campaign. Does that count like promos for the Olympics? You know what I mean? Because like Snoop's in there, so does that count?
Does this count playoff ads too?
I don't know.
But wow,
dominating. Like he did down in the Post all those years, too.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right. So we've got Week 9 officially kicked off last night with the Baltimore Ravens taking down the Miami Dolphins. We've got your Vikings taking on said Lions that we were just talking about, the return of J.J. McCarthy. Packers are back at home taking on the Carolina Panthers. Let's rewind it to the beginning of the year when we did our preseason picks and that. You were a little high on the Panthers.
I was.
Why were you high on the Panthers? Just to kind of give us a little bit of an insight.
I thought Dave Canales had him going in the right direction. You know, I thought that the way they ended last season was encouraging.
Mm-hmm.
You know, maybe that
Bryce
team,
Young playing better.
Yeah, Bryce Young playing better. I like the young receiver core. Big fan of Ted McMillan coming out of college. And I thought that there were some guys on the defense that could make a difference. That was kind of my and I just thought also that I thought the NFC South was a pretty winnable division. Even with the Buccaneers there. Like I just thought okay, there's you can win games here.
Mm-hmm. Has that they're 4-4. Has that reinforced your thoughts on it? About the same? Less? You look at their best win's probably shutting out Atlanta 30-0. Mm-hmm. They've gotten dominated by the Patriots. They're coming off of a domination by the Buffalo Bills. They've beaten the Cowboys. They've beaten the Jets and the Dolphins. Lost the Jaguars to open it up. So they're a 500 team right now. I mean, I'll admit it. I mean, the fact that they are 500, I guess, is probably better than what I imagined that they would.
Well, especially when they started like 0-2 and 1-3.
Mm-hmm. Right. So segue this into, Packers taking on the Panthers and such. Rico has done a really good job running the football this year. You mentioned Tet, who's over 500 yards receiving right now. Kind of easily the go-to guy in that receiving department for Carolina. So it sure seems like to me, to make it simple, key to victory for Green Bay is stop the run of Rico, and whoever's going to be covering Tet McMillan better be on your A game, whether it's Carrington, whether it's Nixon, or even a Hobbs at this point. Is that pretty much the Bryce Young one too? He missed last week with an ankle injury. I'm curious, does that factor into his mobility for this game or not? I mean, being out last week, probably. I mean, he'd probably be a little bit better, but is he 100%? Who knows at this point? So
right, and I mean, really, I think the Panthers are a little. I mean, I wouldn't say they're particularly explosive in offense. I mean, Ted McMillan's really their only receiver with at least a dozen or 10 catches that's averaging more than 9 yards a catch.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're just not a big play downfield team right now.
Right.
But you're right. I think it's going to absolutely start with Rico Dowdle. I mean, we saw like when they beat the Cowboys a few weeks ago. I mean, they just grinded the heck out of that game. I think that's. If the Panthers are going to want to be in this one going into the fourth quarter, that's kind of what they're going to have to do.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to have to win the time of possession. They're not going to be able to get into a shootout with Green Bay because they're not going to win that.
Right. I like this question, and I'm going to steal it from Good Morning Football. They just posted this to go with a little Halloween theme. If you were to compare your team to Candy, what would your team be? You almost need the slogans. I'm like, who would be the Kit Kat? Give me a break. Give me a break.
I mean, I feel like that sometimes. Vikings, but
oh man, that's I'll have to think about that. I have to think about who's the Snickers? Hungry? Why wait? Grab a Snickers. I've never had Snickers because I can't, so I don't know.
Yeah.
But okay, I'll throw it out to everybody. I'm gonna borrow that one. I'm gonna throw that out there. Packers fans, what kind of candy would you be? The Jolly Rancher because they give you Jolly. What would your Vikings be?
I don't know. Just trying to think.
Melt in your mouth, not in your hand. M&Ms. They melt down in the fourth quarter.
Look at you. Maybe you could have a nice peanut M&M.
Oh, good one. That was a good comeback. I like that. So, no, I mean, looking at your switching it over to your Vikings going up against the Lions, J.J. McCarthy back. I mean, where's your confidence level in this game?
I can't say it's particularly high, but at this point, I think above all else, I just want to see it.
Yeah.
And that's the biggest thing right now is he just needs to be able to play.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, since he got drafted, he's played in 2 games. He's practiced for a few weeks only, when you think of it that way. Like,
yeah,
that's kind of, to me, that's the big focus for this team the rest of the year is you have to have him out there just to see what it looks like. So you start to get some sort of idea of what you have.
Mm-hmm. I mean, what's the outlook for the rest of the season for you? Given we're pretty much at the halfway after this, we'll kind of a little bit, the math doesn't work out, but it's like this. I mean, we talk about goals and expectations changing as the season progresses and such. I mean, has it changed from what you've seen so far? Maybe so much from what you've seen from McCarthy too here a little bit? I mean,
a little bit, but I think my thing too is, obviously there's a lot of talk about the quarterbacks that aren't with the Vikings right now and maybe how well they're doing. But my thought has been, even if some of those guys were there, like I think it probably would be a little bit better, but the Vikings wouldn't be 6-1 right now, in part because I think the defense has been a big disappointment. I mean, it was a defense that was a top 5 unit last year, led the league in takeaways, and sometimes year to year that can kind of fluctuate a little bit, and that kind of has this year. But this defense right now just has not been as good as anticipated.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, you could be 3-4 right now going into this game, and knowing that there's assuming he stays healthy, a clear runway to to see what J.J. McCarthy has the rest of the year. If they had Aaron Rodgers, what would they be? 4-3. But if they still have the same defense, like maybe there's a game McCarthy wins, maybe he beats Pittsburgh, I don't know. But like, would they be markedly better? I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
And then you would almost have that, okay, well, if you're 4-3 and the defense is still playing the same, it's like, well, is that really any better? Like, yeah, you have a slightly better record, but would it be worth not giving that opportunity to kind of see what you have with J.J. McCarthy?
So it almost sounds like you are more disappointing in the defense than what you've seen from J.J. McCarthy.
Right,
because
because right now I just don't think you've seen much of it. You've seen much.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a very interesting stat when it comes to Kevin O'Connell, that when Kevin O'Connell has a starting quarterback, be it Kirk Cousins, Sam Darnold, or J.J. McCarthy for the first 2 games this year, his record with the Vikings is 32-12. And as much I appreciate what Carson Wentz tried to work through, especially that last game, but when you go to a backup quarterback, generally it's not going to go well. I think sometimes fans got a little spoiled by what we saw to Case Keenum and what we've seen, kind of out of some of these, runs that backup quarterbacks have made for them before. That's generally not the norm,
right?
And so to me that's kind of the biggest thing I'm looking here in the second half is like, just can you keep him on the field? Does he stay on the field? And if he does, what does it look like?
Mm-hmm.
Because to me, that's the first thing you need to know before you start talking about anything else.
Mm-hmm.
Because it doesn't matter if, whatever else happens, if you're not sure about what you have at your quarterback, your ceiling is always going to be capped.
Mm-hmm. So trade deadlines next week. Would you like to see them bring back Kirk Cousins?
I don't think so. I think at this point, number one, if McCarthy's playing, I understand you want a veteran backup, but I'm not sure he's that guy because I think he still wants to play. Like, he still wants to be the starter. And I just don't think that's why I thought Carson Wentz was such a good player for that role, because he's very well aware of kind of what he's at this point.
Mm-hmm.
But at this point, just with who's out there as a free agent, you're just not going to get much.
Right.
So I would rather just roll with McCarthy, with Max Brosmer, who was an undrafted rookie, as the backup, and you just kind of go that route. If
they did acquire Kirk Cousins, do you think that tells you more about their feelings about McCarthy for this year?
It might. Especially if they lost and they go to 3-5, why? What's kind of the point there?
Right.
If McCarthy was still out another month, and then this happens to Wentz, well, I don't know if I would still agree with it. I could at least understand it.
Mm-hmm.
But to use a saying from an old college professor of mine, I just don't think the juice is worth the squeeze.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't. And the thing is too is like, okay, Atlanta's game the other day with Kirk Cousins, is that something?
Right.
You know?
Are you looking at that and saying I want some of that?
Right.
Like I think that Kirk is probably done.
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe he can hang around as a backup because he's still a very bright mind when it comes to football. But like the physical skill, which with him was never elite, but he still made it work, has eroded.
Mm-hmm. Joe Flacco is just giving false hope to every backup veteran quarterback out there.
He is.
Just continuing to plug along and keeping those dreams alive for people like Kirk Cousins. So.
And for like you and me, that we can go out there and run around like Joe.
That's right. He's older than us still, so hey now. Or Mercedes Lewis, for crying out loud.
That was almost my cream of the crop because I had saved this from earlier this week from Tom Pelissero from NFL Network. How long has Mercedes Lewis been playing in the NFL? His draft classmates include Mario Williams, Reggie Bush, Vince Young, Matt Leinart, Jay Cutler, Devin Hester, Vernon Davis, Brandon Marshall, A.J. Hawk, Andrew Whitworth, D'Amico Ryans, who's now head coach, Maurice Jones-Drew, and Jahari Evans.
Yep. That's awesome.
He's a member. He's the lone active member from the 2006 draft class.
Yep. That's so cool.
Good for him.
And if he catches a pass, he'd join. Do you know this stat? I made this trivia question. Only two players have caught a pass 41 and older. One's pretty easy.
Jerry Rice?
Yes.
Yeah.
Second is
this person actually a receiver?
I can't give that away.
Okay, well. I think of a receiver who played forever. I think like Art Monk.
That'd be a good guess, but it's Tom Brady.
Ha! See? That's why you couldn't give it away.
Yep. Yeah. Exclusive company right there of Mercedes. That's Hall of Fame.
You're going to the Hall. So what you're saying is if Mercedes Lewis catches a pass, he's going to the Hall of Fame.
Gotta.
Unquestionably.
Unquestionably.
Hey, if you're making like a Mount Rushmore of the best blocking tight ends.
Oh. Come on. By the way, have you seen this podcast, Mount Rushmore?
No.
Like I've seen they have people, let me bring it up here. I have not listened to an episode yet, but I feel like this is something I would really get into. I want to give it the credit to where it's the proper credit here. But essentially they pick Mount Rushmores.
They pick a topic and
so like one of them was best dunkers. So Shaq and Reggie was on there and they would pick their best dunkers of all time.
So they have the podcast, but they bring in experts to kind of help them with their choices.
Which
makes sense.
They had Peyton and Tom few weeks ago, Mount Rushmore receivers. I'm like, that's not. Those are two pretty good quarterbacks to come away with, picking receivers, and not what I would have picked, but because Brady had Gronk on there, so you could have tight ends and such on there. Where is it? Because I see McAfee always retweets them and talks about them. So I'll find it here in a second. But I'm like, we all do Mount Rushmores, so good idea to actually make it a podcast and bring in like former players and coaches and such to pick their Mount Rushmore. So like Reggie Miller picked his Mount Rushmore best dunkers. Shaq picked his Mount Rushmore of best dunkers. Like I kind of like that. I have not listened to an episode. I've seen clips of it.
Like I like the fact that they bring on pretty high profile guests, so it's not just like a couple of people saying, okay, well, here's who we would have. It's like, no, we're consulting with people who would know.
So their Twitter account is Rushmore on X. The goats of their industry give their Mount Rushmores. Yeah, like Al Michaels was on there. And it's not even just sport. It looks like it's other businesses, too.
I was say, are we doing like the Mount Rushmore of like salad dressing flavors?
That'd be a good one, too.
Is that going to be a top 5 for us someday, salad dressing flavors?
Oh, they did a Rushmore on power forwards. Shaq and Reggie did it, too.
Okay.
Power forwards.
Power forwards?
I feel like power forwards are kind of the old school power forwards are going away. Like, let's make fullbacks great again. Let's make old school power forwards
I'm thinking
again.
of like Larry Johnson.
I'm thinking like Karl Malone.
Charles Barkley.
Yeah, even though he's a little bit of a smaller.
He was smaller, but I mean, he was still powerful.
I consider Tim Duncan a power forward.
Yep.
I know some, for whatever reason, have center, but no, he's a power forward for me. Karl Malone, Tim Duncan, Charles Barkley. If they're not in your Mount Rushmore power forwards, we're not even doing
Lose
this.
Dan's
then.
number.
Would you put Ryman in there?
I mean, I feel like I still have to think of like older school too, like because obviously these are all guys from the same era.
Right. Kevin McHale.
Like, so, yeah,
James Worthy, was he a power forward or small forward?
not sure.
You know,
Again, this is one that would just take.
I mean, for crying out loud, Horace Grant. Iconic with the goggles.
Yeah,
I wanted goggles when I was in middle school playing basketball because Horace Grant had Sean Kemp. If you want to talk about dunk or power forward, I mean, he's got to be on the dunk one, I would imagine. But anyways, we're running out of time here. We got to take a quick break. So we'll do that. We'll wrap up the third hour. Coming up after these few words. Coming up at the top of the hour, we're going to do our Carpet City Flooring Center local sports spotlight. We got another week of high school football playoffs. We're going to know by tomorrow night who's going to be heading to state for volleyball. So we'll hit that up with Brandon coming up here in just a few minutes. Just, again, past the top of the hour. So I think haven't we always talked about doing a top 5 for fullbacks? I got to turn your right mic on. There we go. Just missed out on a great point by Brandon, by the way.
Oh, my gosh.
An amazing
Dan
analysis.
is silencing me.
I mean, man, I am so disappointed nobody heard.
Dan is silencing me.
Brandon literally just say, I think we've talked about that.
Yeah.
I think we need to make fullbacks right. Now, when we get to this whole thing, because, you can be tricky, like Jim Taylor was considered a fullback.
Right. Like the idea, the label of fullback has changed a little bit. I think we're thinking more along the lines of like
William Henderson.
blockers.
William Henderson.
Yes.
Natron Means.
Natron Means is running back.
I know. I thought of his name because
are
in my
neck
office.
rolls are neck rolls required? They're not required, but they're encouraged. I would say.
That's fair. That's fair.
Like I'm thinking like Sam Gash.
Yeah. Okay, I mean Allstott probably would.
I would classify him as a fullback, even though he did
One year they tried to make him, I think, full-time running back, wasn't he? Maybe it was more of the H-back role.
Yeah.
The whole HB. Playing video games back in the day. What's an HB? Halfback. Not running back, halfback.
Fullback, quarterback.
I think
quarterback.
Who are some other? Oh, Daryl Johnson, Moose.
Moose Johnson.
You just got to think about the fullbacks who like paved the way for these big time rushers.
Well, and then I think like Tom Rathman with the 49ers.
Come on, everybody talks about Roger Craig at Tecmo Bowl. Tom Rantham was awesome.
Yep.
Or Bo Jack. Everybody wanted to be Raiders. I want to be 49ers because of Tom Rantham. You could not tackle that guy. He was awesome.
Like Christian Okoye. He was a running back, not fullback, but he was gigantic.
Yeah, Tom Rantham.
Rathman.
Whatever. You know what I'm talking about. Awesome. Was he like 44?
Yes.
Yeah. That's when Tecmo Bowl, amazing. So, all right. We are going to do, again, like our local sports roundup coming up next hour. We'll get back to more football talk. Continue to send us your picks, predictions, keys to victory, all that fun stuff. Heading into this weekend's games for football, we don't have to worry about a Badger football game. But, as Brandon said, who wins, the bye or Wisconsin?
I hear Wisconsin's a 10-point dog to the bye, so we'll see.
I think the bye.
I mean, they're not going to score 10 points, so
bye covers. Hey, they got 7 last night, so I mean, or last week. So
and I hear it was one of Matt LePay's most excited touchdown Wisconsin sounds recently, and bless his heart, he's
There's not a whole lot to cheer for lately. So
there's not. The defense gave them a shot against Oregon.
They did.
The defense gave them a shot.
They did.
Unfortunately, the offense, just
poo-pooed that shot.
Poo-pooed again.
Yep.
But I was correct. They scored.
Yeah.
It took.
Pat yourself on the back. All right. 3 and 1 more to go. News updates, and we'll be back after these quick words. All right, here we go. The final hour on this Friday, Halloween day. Thanks for hanging out with us so far this morning. We're going to get back to some more football talk, but continue to send me your bold predictions for this weekend's games, your keys to victory, your key matchups, what's got to happen for the Green and Gold to pick up a win, or whoever your favorite team is. So send those on over. Hit us up with a text, 715-830-1912. We begin this hour, though, with some local sports roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. And I know we had some volleyball action, and was it last night?
We did.
And we're going to find out Saturday who is going to be going to states, Brandon. But from last night's results, who are still? I saw Eau Claire Emmanuel Lutheran fell to Wassa Newman yesterday in a 1-2 matchup for seeding wise. Regis defeated McDonald too.
Correct. In 4 sets. That's where I was. I mean, we can start there. I mean, honestly, I was really impressed with what I seen out of Regis. I mean, those two teams had played twice in the regular season. McDonald won both of those, including at the end of the regular season when McDonald won the Western Clover Belt title. But I think this is still a really good Regis team too. I mean, they were both ranked highly in the Division IV state coaches rankings, and Regis came out of the gates really strong. And then they won, winning the first 2 sets. McDonald took the third set and was winning in the fourth. They were up, 3 points, I believe. But you're just past the halfway point. But Regis kind of chipped their way back into it and then closed strong. I mean, it was a really impressive effort from Liz Anderson's squad. To be able to kind of get I would say pull themselves off the deck, but just kind of when they were hit with a little bit of adversity there in the the third and into the fourth set, just kind of be able to pull themselves up and be able to close that out. I mean, it's a postseason rivalry game. I mean, that the gym was packed. If you got there late, you weren't having very much luck finding a seat, and it was loud, and it was a very entertaining environment. And now Regis will move on. They'll be taking on Clear Lake, who knocked off Webster in the other sectional semi. They'll be actually back at McDonald on Saturday night, so Regis fans can have a return trip to the same place for Saturday night, and that'll be a matchup to see who goes on to state. Division III, you had a couple of Triple County teams that had their seasons come to an end with Grantsburg sweeping Bloomer and Barron, the defending state champions, taking out Stanley Boyd in a pretty high profile matchup. So those teams will meet. That game will actually be at Eau Claire North.
Okay.
So at least it's scheduled to right now. I mean, I would assume at this point, I mean, that change was made pretty quick after. So I'm assuming that's where it's going to stay, but you never know. I mean, we'll see there. Division 5, that's another one that's, we're coming down to it there too. Prairie Farm knocked off Turtle Lake. So Prairie Farm will be taking on Rib Lake. And that'll be up in Frederick. Rice Lake picking up the win last night over St. Croix Falls in 4 sets. So they are still standing. They will be playing in Altoona. They'll take on Wapaka.
Okay.
That's a Division 2. And then the other Big Rivers team still alive. Not surprising if you follow the Big Rivers, is River Falls.
Yeah.
River Falls, they are, I mean, they're every year. They're inevitable. It seems like when it comes to especially that Division 1 section. They took down to Richmond in straight sets last night. They will take Stevens Point on. That will be Saturday night. That will be in Stevens Point.
Okay.
I forget the exact number I've looked at, but River Falls has won that section it's 6 of the last 7 of the last 8 years, something like that.
Wow.
Okay. And I believe they're in that stretch. The only team to beat them was Chippewa Falls, which was in 2022, and that was a 5-set instant classic. That one. So I mean, you're kind of seeing what the Big Rivers has to offer here, with obviously a couple of those two teams still standing.
Mm-hmm.
But we're getting right down to it.
Yeah.
But you're right. Tomorrow we're going to learn who's heading to Green Bay to the Resch Center next weekend for state volleyball.
Is it state's cross country tomorrow too? Over at
it
the
is
Ridges and Rapids?
in your old stomping ground. So and that's where I'll be spending my day tomorrow. So plenty to keep an eye on there. I mean, we can start in Division 1 last weekend. Bloomer girls picking up the sectional championship there. So them and
they moved up a division.
And they are,
yes.
Yeah. Competitive balance rule from the WIA moved them up from Division 2 to Division 1 this year.
Mm-hmm.
They went out. They won the sectional championship over Menominee. So both those two teams are the ones that will advance. So they'll both be in action. Menominee actually advanced both their boys and their girls team. Their boys team won the sectional team championship. So they, along with Hudson, will be the D1 boys representatives from that section.
Okay.
And then we've got plenty of individuals going as well. I mean, it's cross country is always one of those sports. It's a bit like track where it's kind of hard to narrow down.
Yeah.
Because there's just a lot that goes on with the 3 divisions. But
right.
I mean, there's plenty of local representation in Division III for boys. Durand, Arkansas, Cadott, Mondovi. They're all Cameron. They're all going as a team. I know in Division II for boys, Seth Rogie from Bloomer is making his 3rd trip to state. He finished 5th last year. Is actually winning at the 2-mile mark. So he'll be his last opportunity there. And talked to him a little bit earlier this week, and he's definitely looking to kind of end on a high note there. In Division I for boys, I mentioned Menominee and Hudson. They'll be the representatives from around here.
Mm-hmm.
Division III for girls, a good contingent heading down there. Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, Cameron going in Division III girls as well. But just a very heavy representation. And honestly, I think you're going to see a lot of not just teams but individuals too that are going to be poised for strong finishes there. I mean, it's always such a unique event there. Like state cross country, like I would say is one of the more unique events because, especially with you have so many people there. Like the thing I've always wanted to do but I've never done is I actually want to golf at the golf course because I've never seen the golf course as a golf course. I've always seen it as a cross country course.
Mm-hmm. I've golfed it. It's a good course.
And it looks like it, but I mean, there's so much foot traffic that day when you got people moving around, and it's the action gets underway tomorrow at noon.
Okay.
The boys race first, so it goes D3-2-1, and then girls 3-2-1.
Okay.
And that within the last few years, they've actually moved the starting time back, in part because this time of year you get frost, you get stuff like that. So they used to run it earlier in the day, but a lot of times they would have a frost delay, so they figured, well, why, makes sense. Why don't we just move it back a few hours so that way we generally won't have to do a frost delay, so it can stay on schedule a little bit better.
Right.
So.
Right.
But yeah, that'll be the end of the year coming up tomorrow for cross country.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, otherwise we've got a few soccer teams still going on. Hudson picking up the 1-0 win last night over Eau Claire Memorial. I mean, those I would like to know how many times those two teams have battled to a 1-goal game over the years. Like if I had $1 for every time that happened, I could probably almost retire because it's just those two are always the class of the not just the Big Rivers, but always two high level Division I programs out of this area that are generally seems like they're meeting in the sectional semis every year. So, but the Raiders move on, so they'll be playing tomorrow to go to states. Otherwise, yeah, I mean it's a pretty busy schedule as well. We talked about football going on tonight.
Let's just jump right into football. Should we start with 8-player or 8-player football? Because you look at it, you got Flambeau taking on McDonald Central.
Yep.
1-2. It's pretty much all chalk besides Oakfield on the far bottom right bracket. When you look at it, it's a 1-3. Everybody else is a 1-2. Gilman's going to be taking on North Crawford in a 1-2.
And there really haven't been that many close games so far, but I definitely think that changes tonight.
Yeah.
I think the 8-player kind of landscape this year was, I don't say top heavy, but like I just think your best teams were much better than your good teams. And you've seen that in the first few rounds. But now, I mean, I'm going to be up in Tony for Flambeau and McDonald. That's going to be I'm very interested to see in that one because Flambeau is such a physical team. Like they have a 2-person run game and some big offensive linemen that have paved the way for some pretty prolific rushing stats. So that's going to be a challenge for the McDonald defense. They're talking with them a little bit early. They know they're going to have to play a physical brand of football if they want to win that game.
Mm-hmm.
You go talk about Gilman and North Crawford, a couple of unbeaten teams.
Yep.
Gilman coming off the win over the defending state champions Owen Withy.
Mm-hmm.
But those are teams on different sides of the bracket. So basically all the winners 8-player are a game away from state.
Okay.
And that will become next Friday. And those games, I believe, are at neutral sites. So obviously we'll know once those teams are revealed. And remember, when it comes to the 8-player neutral sites, like sometimes you might see some that don't make sense. Like last year, Owen Withy played Highland and they played in Stanley. So it's like, well, that's not really like, I won't say neutral, but it's not really like halfway because that's a bit of a hike for Highland. But remember that there aren't that many fields in the state that support 8-man and then are like capable of doing it, kind of, you know what I mean? Like, and because you want your fields have to be of a certain size because you're thinking you're gonna have a bigger crowd because of deep postseason game. So that's just something to keep in mind when if you see some of these matchups and maybe the location doesn't maybe make as much sense as an 11-player one would, simply because there's just fewer options. To be honest. So, but yeah, I mean, we can hop into Division One.
So I mean, I know Wanakee, but Chippewa Falls is an 8 seed. Because what did they beat Hudson as a 1 seed last year?
That was 2 years ago.
Was it 2 years ago?
It was 2 years ago. Yeah.
Okay, but still.
But yeah, I mean, that was one. Even when I was on here last week, I said I think Chip was going to hang. I think Chip was going to hang around that game, and they definitely did. I mean, they were winning for much of the regulation, and then it just kind of got away from an overtime. But that was it's a heck of an effort.
Yeah.
And Wanakee, I mean, we'll see kind of how they respond to that. They've got Mukwonago, but otherwise you got Hudson, who beat Sun Prairie East, and they actually earned another home game.
Yeah.
Because De Pere, as the 7 seed, knocked off Neenah, who was a 2 seed and had an outstanding, for the first 8 weeks was kind of looked at as being one of the top teams in Division I in the state, and then they kind of ran into some issues in the last few weeks. So Hudson's got a shot to keep it going there. Division II is going to be obviously a busy one for Big Rivers teams around here. You got River Falls and New Richmond both hosting games tonight. River Falls hosts La Crosse Central. New Richmond's got Oshkosh North. Rice Lake is a 2 seed. They host Wauwatosa East.
After they upset Milwaukee King.
Yes, so. Yeah. So then in that, also it's kind of the interesting part of the other half of that Rice Lake section is you got Green Bay Notre Dame as the 1 seed, and you got Slinger as the 4. At least Slinger and Rice Lake, I believe, was the state championship game last year.
Oh, okay.
So I mean that's a potential possibility there. You hop over into Division III. Not really too much from this area. Unfortunately, your Medford Raiders. Their season came to an end. Going back to last week a little bit, though, a great effort for Menominee. I mean, losing 34-31 as a 7 seed to Onalaska. I mean, they gave the Hilltoppers everything they wanted to out of a first-round matchup. And that was a Menominee team that, as one of the smallest teams in the Big Rivers, you always see that benefit, when you're going down division, which they did. They were Division III. But yeah, then in Division IV, Osceola and Baldwin Woodville, a couple middle border teams that are still kicking. You mentioned, we talked about Altoona last week. They picked up their first playoff win in a few decades.
Yeah.
And, with a 54-34 win over Seymour, now they go on the road to Winneconne, a top seed team that's really good. I mean, the Winneconne, you can look at the score. They won their opening game 71-0.
Yeah.
But that's a outstanding Winneconne team. Otherwise, that's really, I think, for this area, kind of the lay of the land in D4. D5, a couple teams up north will be hosting games. Grantsburg, Northwestern. Durand, Arkansas picked up the win last week in the first round over River Valley, 50-21. They're going to make the long trip up to Grantsburg to take on the Lakeland champion Pirates. My bad. Otherwise, Stratford's still alive in Division II. They'll have Prairie du Chien tonight.
St. Croix Falls.
Yeah, they'll be facing Northwestern. I mean, those are two teams that seem like they're always playing in the playoffs. Two conference Heart of North teams that are battling up. Division VI, the top 2 seeds in what I would just probably call the Northwest section, if you will, is Regis and Mondovi. They both won their openers, so they'll.
Regis Fall Creek, man.
That's a very interesting one because Fall Creek, and I brought this up before, has played tough teams tough this year, including Regis in the regular season game. So, that's one that I know that Fall Creek has Regis's attention. There may be some people out there thinking, oh, we could get a rematch with Mondovi in level 3, that kind of stuff. But I knowing Coach Brenner and that staff a little bit, they're not looking ahead. Their focus is 100% on a very potent Fall Creek team coming off a big 40-0 win over Chautauqua Weyerhaeuser.
So I mean, you even talked about that Chautauqua Fall Creek game last week.
Right, and that was one that, just because of how Fall Creek had played, I said, I think that's a game Fall Creek can go on the road and win. And they obviously they won pretty handily. Mondovi's got Bangor tonight. Bangor is always a threat in the postseason with football. That's just a strong program down there. Edgar taking on Poinette. And then, just hopping over into Division 7, Boyceville. As a 2 seed, they picked up a 50-12 win. They got Pep and Alba tonight. Otherwise, Cochrane Fountain City, who's had such a great season, with what they did in the Dairyland and now carrying it over. They got Glenwood City, who advanced by the very unique score of 21-2. I don't know if that would be a high school football scoregami. I feel like that's probably happened before, but it's probably been a bit.
Right.
After Glenwood City knocked off Spring Valley. So, Oliva Strom picked up the win over Blair Taylor. That's another kind of Dairyland matchup. So they make the long trip over to Oshkosh, take on Oshkosh Lourdes. But we are, we're week 2 here. And for the postseason, for me, week 2, I don't know, it feels like that's when football postseason really gets going because you have a lot of blowouts in the first round. And you do have good games in there, but it just seems like there are, more often than not, your games are pretty lopsided. But once you get to the second round, you're down to your best 16 teams in each division. So,
Mm-hmm.
and I think that's what you're going to see tonight with a lot of these games we brought up, that these are going to be a lot more competitive than maybe most of the games were last week.
Right. Good stuff. That's your local sports. Oh, I should mention, too, UW Eau Claire volleyball. They're going to be, first of all, I was going to say soccer, because men's soccer last night shutting down points, so they get the top seed in the WIAC tournament. So congrats to Blue Gold men's soccer. And then football, they're going to be taking on Point this weekend. UW Stout football, they're going to be taking on lacrosse tomorrow. So, plus we're getting some hockey games in. We got some wrestling's got Yellow Jackets open. So that's that unique thing with college sports where we're kind of getting into the postseason for some of our fall sports. We're wrapping up regular seasons, but the winter seasons, some of these teams are starting and such. I mean, we already got basketball for the Blue Gold starting next week. So coming in like fire. So, all right, let's take a quick break, and we'll get back to some more football talk. That's your local sports roundup, brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. We'll be right back after these quick words. not only is it football Friday, it is Halloween too. So happy Halloween, everybody. Be safe if you're going to be taking the kiddos trick-or-treating tonight. Be safe. People driving around, watch for the kids, watch for people going door to door and grabbing a bunch of goodies and such. Brad and I are going to do a quick podcast, little Halloween theme. We'll do our top 5 candies.
Halloween candies, yeah.
Halloween candies. I feel like we're going to be in Mike Leach territory with this.
A little bit.
Yeah, he was a big nerds guy, wasn't he?
He was.
Yeah. Solid choice, by the way. Very solid choice. So, all right, let's do some more football chat here. Obviously, we've got picks coming up at the back end of this hour before we start to wrap up things and such. But we're about the halfway mark of the season, getting close. I'm going to wait till after this weekend to say we're through the halfway mark, just math-wise and such. But got started off last night with the Ravens taking down the Dolphins. Other games coming up on the schedule. You've got Chicago versus Cincinnati, Minnesota, Detroit, Carolina, Green Bay, Chargers taking on the Titans, Falcons, New England, 49ers, Giants, Colts, Pittsburgh. That's an interesting one. Denver, Houston, Jacksonville, Raiders, Saints, Rams, and another good one, Kansas City and Buffalo, Seattle, Washington. And then, of course, the Monday night matchup we've been all waiting for is Arizona visiting the Cowboys of Dallas. The Emmitt Smith game.
We've been waiting all day for Monday night.
Yep. So, but how you look at your team right now, Brandon, in terms of things are in the standings with your Minnesota Vikings right now, currently 4th in the division, 3-4 record. Is it too early to say this is a must-win?
It's tough because, you could say it's a must-win, but, it's a tough must-win.
Yeah, it's very tough.
So many times when you hear, must-win, it's oh, this is a game they should win, and they better win. This is, going on the road to Detroit for a Detroit team that's playing well, coming off a bye.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a tough proposition. I wouldn't say it's a must-win, but, I don't know. The night, it's getting late fast.
Yeah.
Either way I would describe it.
You got Ravens after it. So, and then
obviously with Lamar, that's a little bit different.
A different team. Bears, what version?
Right, yeah.
Green Bay. Seattle.
Green Bay, and then going to Green Bay and then Seattle on back-to-back weeks is not easy.
We'll see what the Commanders are like beginning of December. That's kind of a weird situation. I don't know what team they are.
It just doesn't seem like it's really clicking fully right now.
And you look at the NFC too, it's just, man, it's these games halfway really matter for a lot of these teams.
There's just a lot of teams in the mix. If we had the the playoff graphic where it's division winners, wild card in the hunt, there's a bunch of teams in the hunt right now.
You've got the San Francisco 49ers holding on to the final spot with a 5-3 record. Green Bay is atop with a 5-1-1 record. But then you got Philly, Tampa, Seattle, Detroit, and the Rams all with just 2 losses. That tie is making the difference right now, but that's a half-game lead in a division.
It is.
It's insane how tight it is. And then you got Chicago 4-3, right on the outside looking in. Heck, Carolina. This is a big game for Carolina though too because they're 4-4. They're in the 9th spot. So this NFC, I don't really have a gauge. I couldn't, if I had to pick a team who I think is the best in the NFC, I'd probably still pick Detroit. Detroit makes me nervous. I'll admit. The offense is what makes me nervous. But I agree with you what you said earlier. I think they are playing better defense than what maybe the last year or so. And that says a lot, too, because of the injuries they've had in their secondary.
Right. They had so many injuries last year, but they've actually had a fair amount of injuries this year, too.
Right. So this NFC is just – and then you look to the AFC. If you opened up the season and said at the halfway mark, the Colts, the Patriots, and the Broncos would have the top 3 seeds.
I'd ask you what year it was.
Right?
It sounds like it's mid-2000s.
Yeah.
Is that Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, and Jake Plummer out there running around?
And then you got Pittsburgh at
and
number
then
4.
Another one. Big Ben out there, too.
Exactly. And then Buffalo, Chargers, and Kansas City to wrap it. But then you got Jacksonville, who's 4-3. They're just behind it. Kansas City, this is a big game for them. Everybody's already oh, Kansas City's back. Well, if they lose to Buffalo, then they've 5-4 on the season,
right.
So they're just hovering around that line. It's kind of a weird.
There's a lot more last year there were very much the haves and the have-nots.
Yeah,
there was kind of that chasm between the bad teams and the good teams. That's really not as much the case this year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, you're right. And, I look at that Kansas City and Buffalo game. It's huge for Buffalo to stay pace with the Patriots in the division, for crying out loud. It's huge for Kansas City to maybe get back into it. And then, you're Minnesota going up against Detroit, which, they're both sides too. Detroit trying to keep pace with maybe Green Bay, but Minnesota try to keep pace up there.
With a lot of teams.
Right. So there's a lot of tight races into this thing as we approach the halfway mark here. So Green Bay, we asked the question, and it's been a question that's been asked a lot. Trap game. Is this a trap game? Coming off of the game against the Steelers, and then you've got the Eagles on Monday night the following week. I get why people are saying it, and I thought of it too right away. I guess for me, Brandon, it's like if it was on the road, maybe. But the fact that it's at Lambeau, I don't really get the sense it is that much of a trap game.
And I feel like, especially coming off that game, that's going to be a loud crowd. So, obviously it's a loud crowd anyway, but it's been a bit since they've been at home.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I would agree with you for those reasons. I don't think it's going to be a trap game. If Carolina plays well or even win, it's not going to be because it's a trap game. It's because I think Carolina just played well.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I would agree.
I want to ask you this because you don't have a horse in the race. But there's still apprehension from Packers fans about Jordan Love. What else does the guy have to do for those fans who still are not Love believers, in your opinion? Or are they just nuts?
It's probably just going to be something that happens over time because, in some ways you saw the same thing with Aaron Rodgers and Brett Favre.
Mm-hmm.
Where once Aaron Rodgers started having success, people, it's not Brett Favre. It's like, well, no, it's different. It's nobody's the same. It's not going to be the exact same path. It's just
right.
I think if you're him, you just got to keep stacking success, and eventually, you do so much that it's kind of difficult to ignore.
Mm-hmm. From an outsider, though, would you like to have him on your team as quarterback?
Probably at this point, yeah, because we don't know.
That's not a resounding yes, though. That's
no. I probably would.
Okay. Is he the best quarterback in the division?
I'm a bigger believer in Jared Goff than most.
Mm-hmm.
I just really respect how he runs an offense. The
whole system quarterback versus which I'm not a big
right, but the idea of maybe it's because of fantasy football or what, but people are like, well, he's
mm-hmm.
It's if someone says oh, you're only good because you're only successful because you have people around you. It's like, well, isn't that the idea?
Right.
How many top 5 offenses does Jared Goff run?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that the idea?
Mm-hmm.
I
think you made a really great point there. The comparison with fantasy football. People are so ingrained on fantasy football.
Right.
I think that's how they view. That's the best quarterback.
That's how do we judge a quarterback? Well, what are their fantasy football numbers?
Yeah.
What are they putting up in
Mm-hmm.
And I'll admit I did some good stuff in fantasy last year in part because I bet on Jared Goff.
Mm-hmm.
He was a guy that wasn't going super high, and I leaned on that. But he's not a perfect quarterback. He's flawed. He's not very athletic. So if you get after him like the Packers did in Week 1, obviously we saw what can happen.
Mm-hmm.
But I think I would still take Goff over him. But it's not a gigantic difference between the two, I would say.
Is it a gigantic difference between those two and the other two, McCarthy and Caleb Williams?
At this point, I would say so because while both the younger guys both have skills and talent and raw abilities, they haven't proven anything yet.
Mm-hmm.
So it would just take time before you kind of get more of a track record of what they have to even begin to kind of grade them relative to those other guys who have multiple years of starting experience.
There was a stat I saved. I want to bring it up here. And I thought this was interesting. It's a graph that shows career clutch drive success rates. So essentially it is opportunity equals down 1 to 8 points in the final 5 minutes or overtime. Success equals taking the lead or tying the game. There's essentially to kind of sum it up, it's a graph that says which quarterbacks are the best at taking the lead or tying late in games, independent of what the outcome was for the game.
Right? Did they do their part
to put them in a position to win the football game. And this includes Tom Brady. This is 2000, okay? Patrick Mahomes is graded as the highest. Josh Allen, Jordan Love, Tom Brady, Drew Brees. Not bad company. Aaron Rodgers is actually in the middle, it looks like. So, I mean, yes, I say you could, I'm a believer, you can create a number, a stat to fit a narrative and such. But I remember going back to 2010, people were just so on the comeback wins for Aaron Rodgers. Like, well, he doesn't have any, or he's got very few. He doesn't have as many as Tony Romo and all that. I'm like, okay, but first of all, 2008, how many times did he put the team in and then the defense stunk? But at the same time, if you jump out to leads early and then your defense folds, like, I feel like comeback victories is almost a double-edged sword for a lot of that, because it's like, well, how did you get to that point to begin with?
How'd you get behind?
Right. So I thought it was kind of and then, how do you define clutch, though, too, is another question with this whole thing. So I think these are interesting numbers. They're not tell-all stuff. I always use the phrase, it's a tool, part of the toolbox, potentially. It just depends on, is that the tool that you want to use?
Right, and that's kind of the thing I think with a lot of stats and analytics is like, I think so many times people try to find that one number that they can definitively say, well, this is this because of this. It's like, well, that's usually not how it works. Like, if you have several different numbers that tell you kind of the same story, then you're probably on the right track. But if you want, I mean, I even think about this with like something like WAR in baseball, where a lot of people are like, well, it's, you can point to that and say something like, well, I mean, WAR is calculated differently by different people. It's like, but even still, like, there's not like one catch-all stat. Mm-hmm. And I think maybe like 20 or 30 years ago, we kind of thought certain things were.
Mm-hmm. This is another interesting one. I'm just throwing this out there because I like saving some of this stuff. This was from Jacob Morley as he tweeted, one thing Love is clearly better at than Rodgers so far in his career. Rodgers so rarely threw interceptions, it was like a shock to his system, and he had a hard time recovering. Love is not that way. So it's a graph how quarterbacks perform before and after their first interception. And Love is ahead of like almost everybody, performs better after an interception. And that's something you've heard Matt LaFleur and a lot of his teammates talk about, how like just calm, cool, collected he is.
So I think he should just throw an interception, like
get it out of the way, right?
Every game,
yeah,
just like, here you go.
Yeah, just get it out of the system, right? Yeah. So why not? If you perform better after interception, yeah. And it's funny because it's one of those graphs. It's kind of like the going up kind of. I'm trying to show people on the radio. Bottom left, going right. I don't know. Diagonal. That's, I think, the word I'm trying to say. Top half perform better after interception. Perform worse after an interception. Aaron Rodgers is in there. Jared Goff is in there. A lot of quarterbacks are in there. Daniel Jones right on the line. Patrick Mahomes right there. Jalen Hurts is the best. Jordan Love is second.
Who's the worst?
It gets kind of clustered here. Actually, is it Dylan Gabriel, I think, if I'm reading this right? Possibly. So
I say maybe you got some people down there that don't have much of a
Flacco's not good. Flacco's not good.
Leave Joe alone. He's elite.
Baker's not good. Tua. So, yeah, those are some of the guys. But yeah. Not too shabby, I will say. All right. Actually, I think it's Love might be better if I'm reading this right. No. It's close between Love and Hurts. I think if I
Love Hurts.
Love's, yeah, it's barely Hurts. So, all right, let's take a quick break. We got to catch up on some things. Got to catch up on some breaks here. We'll get some picks coming up at the back end. So we got lots to get to here, including World Series picks, football picks, all that fun stuff. So, quick break. We'll be back in just a little bit. At least we don't have to watch the Badger football game this weekend, but we will do some picks for Badger football. But we do get Badger basketball that starts next week.
We do, Monday.
Yeah. Do you think there's a little added extra pressure on the Badger basketball team to kind of perform well this year to make up a little bit from Badger football, maybe from the fans' perspective?
Maybe, but that's not fair on them.
No,
it's not their fault. But no, I just think coming off last year, I think there's just going to be pressure and some buzz with this team regardless, just because of obviously it was a really good year last year, and with some guys coming back, and I think there's some really potential impactful transfer portal players coming in. I think this could be a fun fall and winter. I don't want to say it's winter already. That makes me sad. But fall and winter for the Badgers men's basketball program.
Got a big volleyball match tonight, too, between the Badgers and Nebraska.
Yeah, last night the men's hockey team picked up a big win over Minnesota.
Yep. So, there's a lot of questions surrounding that hockey team, too, and they're coming into year 3 with Mike Hastings. I think it was more so, which version or which, first year he was awesome, second year was down. I'd say off to a solid start this year, right? Well, kind of a little bit higher than last year, obviously. I know Minnesota was ranked, but they were kind of off to a slow start too. So, but nonetheless, it's a big win.
I don't think you're ever gonna, have too many people that are too bummed when you beat the Gophers. So
no. Obviously last week too, we saw Brian Kelly get fired from LSU. I mean, there's been a lot of buyout money being shelled right now.
Yes, this is shaping up to really kind of be an all-timer coaching carousel.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, the further it goes and the more we see, I actually feel a little bit more confident that Luke Fickell is going to be back next year.
Confident, as in you're happy?
No, just that's my feeling. Yeah. I'm feeling like if you were to ask me, I'm feeling more sure that in 2026 he will be back.
And that's kind of the question I was going to ask a little bit. Is that because, if there's more high-profile jobs that the candidate pool might be slim pickings a little bit?
Maybe it's part of that, and maybe at this point, I don't know. It's just the feeling I got, and I think that's part of it. You're gonna have Penn State, you're gonna have LSU, you're gonna have Florida. There might be some other ones. I mean,
Oklahoma State's
another one that's out there. There's Virginia
Auburn
Tech,
potentially,
Virginia Tech. There could be a lot of them. And, maybe in the past, Wisconsin would feel a little bit better about putting itself out there during that cycle because it could have hung with some of those guys.
Right.
But right now, I just think the more this goes, I do think that Luke Fickell is going to be back in 2026. And that is definitely kind of the show or go year.
Right. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at this point. So, I mean, would he be able to do anything next year to save his job if he gets one more shot, or is it kind of like,
I mean, yeah. I mean, you could certainly have a bounce back year next year.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what we've seen so far this year is not exactly encouraging on that front, but you never know. I mean, you see significant changes year to year in college football all the time.
Would it be enough for fans though to give him another shot?
That's a good question. I mean, he could win on the field, but would he win in kind of the court of public perception?
Right.
What would it take to kind of win that back over? That's a really good question.
And then my question would be, because I agree with you. I think he is going to be coaching in 2026. At this point, do you change anything with coaching again?
I don't think so. I don't think you can, because I think on the whole the defense has been better, and that's that was something I didn't really like last year with Mike Tressel, but. They've made some tweaks. Have gotten better, and I feel like on the whole, I mean, obviously there's been some games that have been bad, like an Iowa game, but I do feel like I look at Michigan, I look at this past week with Oregon, those were games where I thought the defense gave them a shot to win. It's just the offense didn't do anything,
right?
And I don't think you can go to your third offensive coordinator in 2 years. You have to. I mean, at this point, especially if if you're kind of approaching next year with the idea of okay, if it's a bad year, Fickell's gone. Well, then the whole staff's gone. So you might at that point you might as well just give it another year and see if there's another offseason that you can kind of better implement your vision if you're Jeff Grimes.
And that's the other thing too is what coordinator is going to want to come in and be a lame duck situation,
right? And you see a school that's on its third in 3 years, and you're thinking, okay, well, if I have a bad year, where's that leave me? Especially because they paid, they didn't pay nothing to get Jeff Grimes from Kansas, so.
And that's the other part of this too is for some people saying why, part of the reason Fickle to not fire is like, who would you turn the program over to?
Right.
I mean, I don't know if Grimes is a potential head coach. We haven't really heard his name. I mean,
Right.
he was with Baylor and such, and Kansas and that, but I really haven't heard.
I don't think so. Like, and that's kind of my thought process too. Is like, it's not like with Paul Chryst where I think the team wanted to get a good look at Jim Leonard and see what
It was almost like it was a great hire, but at the same time, it's almost like double-edged sword.
Because if he gets fired at the end of that year, and Jim, how does it look? Because this Jim, you would think Jim Leonard had a good shot at that job,
right?
Like, what does that look like? I still think in that scenario, if Luke Fickell was an option, that was the route they were going to go. But yeah, it's interesting where you thought that he might have had, maybe he was doing himself some favors by getting that opportunity, and maybe not.
Yeah, it's as a coach, does the ego come into play a little bit? It's like, okay, this guy could really help out my team, but if he does a really good job, maybe he takes my job. That sort of aspect to it. So I just want to throw this out there because I know people asked this for fantasy football yesterday to Eric. So adjust your fantasy football lineups. Travis Hunter's on the injured reserve now.
No.
So he's out 4 games. So I think C-Bob, you had a question on if you should play Travis Hunter. He's going to be on the injured list, just announced. So out 4 games. All right, we got to take our break, and we'll get to some picks to wrap up this program. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Jumping right into it, let's start off with some college football games, even though the Badgers are not playing. We've got some games we want to pick. Man, what could have been Penn State, Ohio State? That's nothing right now. But does Ohio State cover by 18.5?
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. Yep. Vandy, number 9, taking on number 20, Texas. Texas favored 3.5.
I'm going to go Vandy. Even I'm a little worried coming off the big win, but I guess you can make that case for both teams. I mean, Texas kind of had to grind for Mississippi State, but I'm going to go Vandy.
I'm going to go hook 'em Longhorns. I'll go Texas. So, horn down. All right. Let's do just kind of scrolling through. Texas. No. I don't want to do that one either. Do you have any really solid ones? How about Oklahoma, Tennessee?
I'm going to go Tennessee.
I'm going to go with the Volunteers, too. In Tennessee, they're 3.5-point favorites. So how about this one? USC, Nebraska, at Nebraska.
An interesting one. I'm going to go Nebraska.
That's where I was going to lean towards, too. Got their head coach signing an extension, so he's not going to Penn State. So I think they ride a little bit of that and use that. How about this? Cincinnati. Weird. Brian Kelly and Luke Fickell. Where'd they coach at? Cincinnati. And they're ranked in 17th. So taking on your Utah, number 24 Utah.
This is a college game day game this week.
Mm-hmm. Look at it. So Cincinnati's ranked 17. Utah's 24. Utah's 10.5-point favorite.
Ooh. I'll take Utah to win, but not to cover.
Same. That's where I'm at, too. So Bucks tomorrow taking on the Kings of Sacramento.
I'm going to take the Milwaukee Bucks.
I'm going to go with the Bucks, too. Should I save World Series for last? Yeah, we'll do that. Let's just do NFL games first. Chicago, Cincinnati.
I'm going to go Chicago, especially with the uncertainty of Joe Flacco. If he was there, I would be tempted, but I'm going to go with Chicago.
I'm going to go with the Bears, too. Let's do Chargers at Tennessee.
Chargers.
Falcons at New England.
New England.
Little Patriots. 49ers at Giants.
We'll go 49ers.
49ers. Colts at Steelers.
Kind of a interesting, sneaky game. But I'm going to go Colts.
I want to pick the Steelers, but the Steelers' defense is
It's
not
awful.
good right now.
Like obviously there's some things going on there just as far as like they should be a lot better than they are given the talent they have.
Yeah.
I think that's a team where the system has been found out.
Yep. I think Jonathan Taylor's going to have another day. So I'm going to go Colts. I think this is another sneaky good one, too, just because of how well they've been playing lately. Denver at Houston.
Yeah. I'm going to go Denver.
Yeah, I'm going to go Denver, too. Jacksonville and the Raiders.
I'm going to go Jacksonville. Duval.
Saints, Rams. Kansas City, Buffalo.
I'm going to go Kansas City.
It's at Buffalo,
It
and
is.
Kansas City's favored.
That is interesting.
Yeah.
I will pick Kansas City, though.
I'm going Buffalo. I think Buffalo's going to take offense to that, and they're going to use it. Seattle at Washington.
I'm going to go Washington.
Ooh. Is Jaden playing?
I think it's trending that way.
Okay.
Even though McLaurin is not.
Okay.
But
I'm going to go Seattle. Arizona, Dallas.
I'm going to go Dallas.
I'm going to the Cowboys, too. Minnesota at Detroit.
I'm going Detroit.
Yeah, me too. And then Carolina at Green Bay.
I'm going to go Green Bay.
Do they cover by 13.5? That's a lot.
It is a lot. Yes.
I'm going to say
it's like a 31-17 type of game.
I'm going to say they win by 13.
Oh.
So, all right, World Series Game 6 tonight. Will we get to a Game 7, Brandon?
Yes.
Okay, so do I. I think so. All right, Game 7 World Series. Who wins? It's going to be all hands on deck for that one,
yeah.
you know.
Oh, yeah, everyone. I mean, you might see Oral Hershiser get an inning out of the bullpen for the Dodgers. Who knows? I'm going to take the Dodgers.
Oh, you hater. Why? I'm going Blue Jays. I'm going to go Blue Jays. I have to. So, sorry. But
you don't have to apologize.
I don't have to
for that.
apologize.
Yeah.
Why am I saying sorry?
Why
because
you
I'm against America? Come on.
Do the
Toronto.
Dodgers represent America?
We had some people saying you at Team USA, so Dodgers.
Was Shohei Ohtani?
Good points. Thank you.
Isn't that like 25 of the 26 players on the Blue Jays are American?
Yeah, I was like, okay, like Dalton Varsho's from Wisconsin, people, for crying out loud.
I was calling. I mean,
yeah.
but that's my point. Like, it's as much as even we can even say this with the Brewers. Like, as much as we want to be like, believe our the team represents our area. It's like, but they do, but at the same time, like, it's generally not made up of people actually from the area. Mm-hmm. It's the team they play for.
Right.
And they may love the team they play for and the fans, but
right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had some people tell me that. I'm like, what? No. Blue Jays, all the way. So, Big Worm says, morning, I would like to see total domination by the Packers this weekend and have a pile of momentum going into the Eagles. 35-10 is his prediction. That's where I kind of brought that up in the first hour. I feel like the one thing that Packers fans want to see is a complete domination game. They want to see it against Cincinnati. They want to see it against Arizona. Haven't seen that yet. And I feel like that's what they want to see.
Yes.
Is it that important?
I think it's important to show at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and look, we're still not even to the halfway point, so it's not like we're week 16 and this is this story is here.
Mm-hmm.
But I think you always want to be able to, I think the mark of a good team is they beat a team that they're much better than, like, soundly.
Mm-hmm. At home, too?
At home, yes.
That's probably the biggest key, I would say.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, granted, if they went to Carolina, that would be a Packers crowd.
Mm-hmm.
But, yes, you win the games you're supposed to win, and you beat the teams you're supposed to beat, and you do it convincingly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I get that sense, too. And I'm guilty of it, too. I'd like to see a dominating win. I think it's more maybe from a fan standpoint.
Yes.
To feel that.
Right.
So, all right. Really quick, where are you going to be at for the next 2 days?
Tonight I'm making the trip up to Tony for the McDonald Flambeau football game. Tomorrow I'll be in Wisconsin Rapids for state cross country.
All right, there you go. Happy Halloween, everybody. Again, be safe with the kiddos out there tonight. If you don't have any kiddos trick-or-treating,
be on the lookout. Give good candy.
Yep, exactly. All right, have a good weekend. We'll be back at it Monday morning, 6 a.m. Talk then.